Okay, we are live. Oh, we still have those back on the screen from last time. Let me hide that. That has to be earned. No backs for free. Hello, everyone. It is new Mech Day. And let me just clarify. New Mech Day will not be a whole finished mech in one day. That would be madness. But we should have a pretty good idea of what the design is going to look like. Maybe at least a grey box. Once you're back added to the screen, alright, I guess he's coming back. Hello Massacre, hello Meat Nugget, hello Expert, hello Spooter, and hello Silly. But yeah, we should basically have like a good design for the mech. We should know what we're going to have by the end of this thing. We know how big it's going to be. We already know what the armaments are going to be. It's going to have 2 hardpoints and 1 small weapon. And we're going to be designing based on that. So, I'm going to get my blender scene set up. And we can get the sense of scale of this thing. And we can start to figure it out. It's loading on my other file. 2 hardpoints, yeah, the scary, scary thing. Okay, here's all our scale meshes dropped into the scene. And now we can get started. It's this total like blank canvas moment at the beginning where I have to figure stuff out, like how big is he gonna be? What shape's he gonna have? He's probably gonna be about like nigh tall, I think. Or maybe a little bit shorter than the Velican actually, I'm not sure.
I would envision slightly smaller.
Yeah, slightly, probably about nigh tall. From like here to here. It's about 10 meters tall.
Have we explained what like the plan is for this one?
I explained how many hard points he's gonna have. Yeah, but not like necessarily everything about him. But I mean, you have the vision, Ethan. Let the people know.
Well, we're kind of thinking that it's going to pretty much match the Veli in terms of like firepower, but it's going to be much weaker. It's going to be like almost like the glass cannon. So it's going to be faster, way less armored, but still very, very powerful.
Glass cannon can. Maybe this would be our first like reverse leg mech.
Haha.
I'm actually slightly feeling the reverse legs today.
The word for like this one currently has 2 main like regions or like bones, whatever you want to call it, whereas like the Veli has 3.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, to be honest. I know that it has a name. Is it digit grade?
Can tell you.
Oh, it is. Oh, they have 3 legs, or 3 bones still, but like they're the reverse like joint. Do I have the The reference sheet open on the stream? I do. Very good. I can make it a bit bigger. There we go. Yeah, digit grade is where the leg goes backwards like a dog. I quite like the way I've set the screen up. I have this, like, you know, the reference window you guys see popping up and down here. I'm throwing that thing around my screen like a madman, but for you guys it stays pinned in place until I swap it to a different monitor, and then it gets mysteriously smaller and bigger again as it goes on and off my main monitor. You're late to the Jeff. You're not even. You're early to the Jeff showcase because we are so far from the showcase of this Mech. Like, we're in the. This is Jeff's ideation, his creation, a long way from the showcase. Your dream is a game come true. No, your game is a dream come true. Oh, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy playing it when the playtest is on, or if you played it already. I hope you enjoyed it. This stream is the miracle of birth. Yeah, let's go with that.
That checks.
This man's got some chunky legs.
A name. That's a good question.
The name. Oh, we're way too early for a name. Do you remember when the Shivak was made? Like, it feels like it's been a minute.
It's been a minute, yeah. Quite a minute, actually. Do you have the music going? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Hope people can hear it.
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say? Oh, yeah, I didn't start the music thing. Hang on. Oopsies. 1 second. There we go.
Have I recovered from the source? I have. Can confirm.
I was hearing about the source for like 2 days after that happened.
I survived. It was worth it. Yeah.
You're thinking of a mech design with the cockpits in the lower body and the upper body is basically just an unmanned turret? That's an interesting idea. We kind of like unify the body into like one thing, but like I see the vision. Look, I know this is looking rough. Bear with me on this one here. I'm figuring something out. This is the way it goes. Yeah, new Mech Terran, and thank you, Mega, for this. I wouldn't be loving it just yet with this top half, but bear with me and it might become something, in general. How tall are the mechs? Like 13 meters, 11 meters, 8 meters. This one would be about like 10 meters. The Fat Rat. Yeah, I just have a bunch of like music that you can play on the stream. I need to augment the playlist not a little bit more because it's getting a bit repetitive. I like the music still, but I've heard the same tracks quite a few times now. It's kind of funny, like, when I'm designing a mech, I always either get, like, an idea for, like, the legs or an idea for the top part, and then, like, the other part ends up, like, completely disastrous. Like, I have these, like, fairly alright, like, leg shapes here. They're, like, an idea. And then the top part is, like, this disaster piece. So, I feel like this happens every time, and then I end up eventually stepping into something that works. But this is not the direction that I had in mind for this. Obedient rose. Oh. That is the hardest word to read I've ever seen. Obserrodent. Obserrodent. Has a few more tracks to use. I'll check it out after the stream. But for now, we're gonna be using the same one. Doddle-loop. Is it gonna be another 2-weapon mech? 2 large weapon mech? Yes, it is. Could you angle the weapon hardpoints forward, or would it break the game? Like that? Or like what? You can angle them a tiny bit, but anything more than like a tiny bit and it will break the game, I think. Is that right? Sounds about right. Oh, that's just Fat Rat said differently. Oh my god, obese rodent. Right, okay, yeah, I can read now. I don't know what came over me. You can angle them like probably like that much. And then it's gonna start like throwing up gameplay issues, anything more than like that much. Yeah, not so sure about this.
boys.
I hit the bloody... Okay, so I realized what's happened here is that the hotkey in Blender for lining the camera up is actually the hotkey for swapping to the stream off screen. So when I want to line my camera up, I've been switching the stream to the stream off screen.
He wasn't sure about the design, so he pulled the plug.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time. I kind of already like it more going into tri-legs. Maybe I'm just not a back joint leg kind of guy.
I think like the triple digit back leg may work.
Yeah, this is... I've gone back to like triple digit back, like Pelican style.
Yeah. Like, can you do the Valley but the other way around? Would that work?
The value be the other... No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Let me try. That might be too crazy. That might be too raw. It just makes it look like he's put his trousers on backwards.
I'll have to wait for the stream to update.
Would we consider tri or quad leg mechs? 3 legs? Probably not, but like 4 legs, yeah, we've definitely been considering that. And will EOD have different classes of mech? Kind of. I mean, they're not categorized in the same way, but there are mechs that are heavier and lighter, and mechs that are intended for like scouting purposes or whatever. This might be like the first sketch that goes in the garbage can type situation here. I'm not feeling this design blocker that much. How much they weigh in general? Like 80 tons, 100 tons, 120 tons. You know, they're pretty up there. Make the snoot longer. Could be done. Could be done. Kind of the weight balance is like it's acceptable. Yeah. I'm just thinking, looking at some of my reference a little bit. If you have the guns later, are we back heavy? Maybe, but the guns kind of go forwards. Let me just grab a random gun. I'll grab the bullfrog from last stream. Oh wow, that's so weird, a visual with them sticking so far out. Hmm. Not very back heavy with the bullfrogs, yeah. It's still a bit there. How many LODs do we use usually? It depends. Some things are like different for environment assets or mechs. Mechs usually have like 2 or 3. Environment assets can have like 5 if they're a piece of foliage. Yeah, sponge. So like when we did our mech calculations, we calculated the volume of the mesh and then we averaged it based on the density of a Leopard 2, the real life tank, just because that was some good information that we had available. So these things are designed to be designed to weigh about as much as they would in real life if they were a tank. It's kind of our logic, so that's the way we compared it. Or like if a Leopard 2 was scaled up to be the same volume as one of our mechs, what would be the weight? And that's how we figured it out. Yeah, really not feeling this guy. I think his like top part of his body is like a bit too like the split like of where the hips are as well is like kind of wrong. Like Velikan hips are here, but like Velikan is taller by this much, and his hips are like on the same height. I feel like the hips should be like here. And he's not lived up to his full height either. Can always become worse. Oh, another jet back on the screen. Let's get it. Put one up here watching over you guys in the chat. Alright, let's figure out this situation here, because it's no good. It's no good. It's probably gonna be like one of the most one of the streams, or maybe series of streams, because this is gonna be more than one thing. With like the most like going like backwards and forwards and like iterating around and like changing random stuff. What I'm saying is get ready for the long haul. I hate this like Judge Dredd looking situation that has arisen here. Surveillance state emerges. No, he's just looking out for you. I hate this Judge Dredd situation, I say, before making it 10 times worse. if you don't toss everything out and start over once, are you truly being creative? Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Because I can feel the toss out coming very soon. I mean, I never like. Jesus Christ, that fright gave me the surprise of my life. I mean, that sneeze gave me the fright of my life. It comes through so loud sometimes when you sneeze.
Yeah, so I normally get that mute button in time. But
Well, the
jump
noise
scare me.
suppression should really handle it, but it just doesn't. Probably jump scared like everyone watching as well. Yeah, not feeling this. Not feeling this one, gang.
Light tanks vary from like heavy tanks aesthetically.
What do you mean?
Just wondering. So sometimes you look at a tank and you're like, oh yeah, that thing has no armor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But like they kind of have the same. It's more about like the thickness of the panels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, someone there, James says in chat, trying to work then a tube blowing a hole in my skull. Okay, I'm gonna move this guy to the side for now, and I'm gonna try a different design because I'm not really feeling this.
Does it go in the maybe pile?
It's going in the could be something pile. Let's see if I can move it properly just by take everything to this part. It's messed up the feet, I don't mind. I don't know what's happened, I don't mind too much.
They're definitely looking more Jabak inspired, the feed. And I see it, they're the best by far. They're really good.
Okay, here we go. Scratch. Start from scratch. Just gonna... I guesstimated that was 10 meters, and I've just checked it. That is 10 meters on the dot. That is ridiculous. Oh, the Straftat has been called in. Okay, I'm gonna have to install the game. Give me 1 second. It's 9 gigabytes. Crikey. Okay. Straftat is downloading. Hopefully this will not destroy the stream. I should have had it ready. I should have been prepared. I was not. For context, everyone, there are various things you can redeem if you're watching on the Twitch side of things. And one of them is a Straftat 1v1 for 3,000 points, which I think takes like over 1 stream to get that many points. So it shouldn't be a too regular interruption. But there will be a brief 1v1 and then Mech will resume. But maybe that'll give me the breath of fresh air that I need to make the best Mech possible. Okay, Straftat is nearly downloaded. Do you think these mechs could run with an internal combustion engine, like a tank's engine? Honestly, I don't really know. Like, maybe. What do you think, Ethan? Like, maybe if it had the right kind of, like, maybe, like, multiple engines on, like, each joint or something, I don't know.
I envisioned a backup diesel generator that can power the capacitors, and as long as there's power in the capacitors, the mech can run.
Yeah. That could be a thing.
So yeah. As long as there's an engine that can just put power in those capacitors, then yes. But they need a lot of power, so not very well.
Okay, so I am quickly preparing Straftat.
Like spawning in the world to check the stuff I'm programming, but I end up just having fun with the bullfrog.
Okay, I'm just figuring out how to get this working. I thought this game had like invite codes. It doesn't. Okay. Just gonna quickly add a new game capture. Bear with me for a second here, guys. Okay, right, let's just shrink that down a little bit. Bring that right the way down here. Okay, here we go. Okay, there'll be a brief intermission. Right. What we're gonna have to do, Kiji. Kiji, in the chat, are you ready to start matchmaking on on here, I'm gonna host a game, and then you're just gonna have to like we're just gonna have to join it and hope it's good to go. Are you ready? You'll let me know. Let's go. Okay. Keep joining. I'm gonna kick anyone out who isn't you. Hopefully your Steam name is the same as stream. The image content is blocking. I'm so sorry. So sorry. There you go. You can play it. That's not you. Get that guy out of here. You can play it in VR and Ravens. What you're seeing right now, nothing to do with it. This is a hangover of a different time. I don't think you guys can hear the game either. Let me quickly change that. Audio input capture. That's not him. Where's the code? There is no code. You just need to keep joining lobbies until you get in here. What is this game? This game is Straftat. Yes, okay, we're good. Ready up. It's just a bit on this stream that will happen very rarely as a 1v1. You got it ready up, Kiji? Come on. Yeah, Straftat. It's like a 1v1 fast-paced game. And I have a Twitch points reward. Reward is a strong word for what's about to happen. But, yeah. It's just the option to 1v1 if you watch the stream for long enough. Okay, here we go. And I will go no mercy for what it's worth. I should make it double or nothing. If you win, you get double your points back. If you lose all your points. Oh, I think he fell off. Yep, he fell off. I try to slide. There we go. Good stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. The mech modeling will resume shortly.
The life of a game developer.
Can you guys believe this is my work day? Oh no. No, I have to reload. Oh, he fell off again. It's first to 2 points, by the way. Because I don't want to say... Oh, we'll... Oh. Oh man. Stream sniping, truly. Oh! It's first to two, by the way, so whoever wins this one wins. Oh! I was never good at sniping games. This is it, this is the final round, this is match point. Oh, it might not be the final round, but it's certainly match point. I see the top of his head poking over. Come on. Whoa. Oh, how was that not a headshot? Oh, that was. Okay, this is the final round. Hello, Benedict Burr. It's been a minute. This is not the usual stream content, I will say. Ooh. Oh! Alright, that is it. GG. Good game, good game. Thank you for redeeming your points. However, you did not win today. Good luck on the next one. Okay, draft that's over. Back to work. Couldn't agree more, Ben. Let's get back to doing this, Mech. I disagree, Mega Builder. That game looks like it was made in the future. It's perfect. How do I group these two? I'm just quickly tidying up the OBS after I slammed Straft in there. Who redeemed two Javaks? It was Terran and Silly. Good game, Kiji. It was very close. You might get me next time. Tetris would be a sweep, but I'm not actually that good at Straft that. Anyway, let's go back to the mech. So I'm thinking about the hips height here. This new version. How many wishes do you want now, man? We don't announce that publicly, but it's a number that we're very happy with, and seeing so many people interested in the game is very exciting. How may you redeem the Jabak? So on Twitch, if you just like watch the stream on Twitch, you get these like points, and points make prizes, and you can basically get like random silly things that I set up you can make happen on the stream, like what just happened there with that like game 1v1, or you can have like I'll like look around wherever you want me to look at on Google Maps and leave like a review or whatever, or I'll play a random cutscene from Metal Gear. Maybe I should include Death Stranding in that as well. Those cutscenes are kind of ridiculous. But yeah, there's just like random silly things on Twitch. This greenish mech in the background, a rough sketch of Jeff. It was one that I didn't like. I just did not appreciate this sketch. I just did it like 5 minutes ago before the Straft battle. Hello, Star Union. Why the toes backwards? Because when I reparented the mesh, it broke. They were not backwards before. They were normal. There we go. They were more like that. It wasn't really MechWarrior Online then. I knocked the stream off again. Unbelievable stuff. I'm gonna have to change these keybinds so that doesn't happen anymore.
Keybinds getting you.
Yeah. We're back. We're back. Yo, no, you didn't do this. You didn't do this. How long have I been out? I did press the hotkey again. An underslung cockpit. I don't even know if that would work like particularly well on EOD, but it's a very novel concept, I agree. And it's cool too. Let me just like quickly think about that for a second. Like, if there was an underslung cockpit in EOD, that would be like, Ethan, is that possible? Can we have an underslung cockpit, like a cockpit on the hips, and then all the weapons like go on the top part? Is that even possible? With
Never say never.
Never say never.
With a current code.
Current code, say
the likelihood that something goes wrong is just high.
Yeah, very high.
But that's life.
I suppose like we could get really funky with this. Yeah, I think like the Jehuti zone at the end is like cockpit, where it's like a little bit too literally a cockpit, maybe. Oh, I wasn't MW, then I cut out. Okay, so... Oh my god, did I do it again? No, I thought I did it again. So our inspirations are like MechWarrior 4 in particular, and like Arma 3 for reasons that are like a bit more abstract, but that was the thing that just like inspired us to make games, or at least inspired me, and like, you know, the mission tools and stuff, and like the idea of like sandbox games, even though it isn't like strictly a sandbox, you know, it's just like it was just kind of where a lot of inspiration came from.
You can probably see it. Like, if a mech game was going to be Arma, you can see like the link or a bit of it.
Yeah,
you know?
no, that is true. Bombardier Bolter. What is this design? Is so cooked. This stream bot is gonna be named like I make the worst mechs in history. You see the influences? Yeah, I'm pretty strong with my influence. This thing is atrocious. Guys, I can do better, I swear. This is so unholy. Yeah. It's so far back, like. A mech with an off-center cockpit, yeah, that's quite a good idea. Like, our mechs are like relatively small in Battletech terms, like even though they technically weigh more, because of the way that we round the numbers. Like, so the cockpit actually takes up like a lot of the mech on the inside. It feels pretty unbalanced so far. Yeah, it really does. This is going straight in the bin. Oh my god. It's yeah. Yeah, that's a mech. Maybe. Sometimes you do a sketch and then you throw it away to make something better. And then sometimes you do a sketch and throw it away to make something far, far worse. Yeet the mech. Yeah, this mech's getting yeeted. Let's leave that over there. Where the left weapon's on top of the mech and the right weapon's attached to the bottom. Our system doesn't really support that, unfortunately. You got a head out, Sponge. Thanks for swinging by. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Okay, I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna think for a second. I'm gonna scheme a design. And then you got halfway through blocking out to realize you don't like it. Well, I mean, like, look at this. Like, there's serious question marks being asked here. The past Jeffs will unite into Jeff Prime. That's fine. It will unite into Jeff Bezos. Okay. Let me think for a second. The super secret mode isn't on the roadmap. What if quad leg Mac? You made Max on Roblox, you got GB of Max? What is GB of Max? Oh, gigabytes of Max. Okay, okay, okay. Wow, the latency must be really low on Twitch for you to reply to me on the chat that quickly. Your speed. Yeah, I guess so. I think the latency on YouTube was a lot longer. Okay, let me think for a second here. So what we're dealing with here is like a situation where kind of on the top of the mech about here. And then 6-legged mech. Oh my god. We're going back to the 128-legged mechs. Right, immediately we're off balance here. We need the hips to be about midway. Want an upper knee point about here, a lower knee point about here. Feet planted about there and there. Probably. No, this is like, we can just, even look at the sketch, we can like feel the balance out. And we can feel that the balance was wrong. Okay. Right. No more messing around. I'm being serious. I say it for the third time in a row. And for another straft hat, I don't think anyone has the points budget for another straft hat. That's like it's a heavy investment, man. It's heavy financial cost. Let me check my reference a little bit more. Bring back the pop-up window. Here we go. Is there an intended gameplay goal with this one? Yeah, this is like a glass cannon type thing. That's the ambition here. Someone does a uh-oh. Look, no more straft hats, guys. We got to figure this one out. We can straft hat after we have a mech design. Play can come later. The phrase Discord archaeology is very accurate for EOD. If you want to find old scrapped concepts and stuff, you can find quite a lot digging through. Probably mostly the EOD general chat. The archaeological dig site for infantry. It's a dark place. Treadfeet has some interesting stable strafing. Yeah. The only problem is we'd have to force Ethan to code it and he might cry. You're going to save up points so you can get 10 geomax. Wouldn't you rather have, I don't know, say, a game of Tetris rather than 10 geomax? Or, you know, if you save up 10,000 points, you can ban someone from the stream, I've just noticed. I didn't even remember I added that. Kind of funny.
Me.
And Ethan from the stream. Okay, right. It's gonna get some of its clutter moved away a little bit. It's distracting me rather than enabling me.
Feeling the need for some peak.
Using like all of the
fuel.
Mech games for inspiration. Yeah, kind of we are. But it's like we only use like parts of them, you know? We don't like look at everything. We don't like just like take everything or anything or like adhere to one particular style. Truck nuts for your Mech. That's kind of smart actually. What's your program if you're going to be, Ethan?
Not source that's a week old.
Okay, that's an improvement.
But it will be the next best thing.
Oh, it's Mega Builder. Okay. What is the next?
Serial.
Serial? That seems a lot healthier, a lot safer.
Yeah. Unless I can get my hands on the secret sauce again.
Sauce and rice. Are there any missiles or energy class weapons or just ballistic? Yeah, we have lasers, we have like missiles, we're gonna have like a load of heat seeking missiles as well. It's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah, pretty much like every class of weapons that you can think of that exists in real life or is close to existing in real life. Hello, Jonas. We're quite excited to make the like pulse lasers because we have like the continuous beam lasers, but there's going to be a pylon pulse laser, which should be an interesting like diversification for the pylon. Are there gun launched ATGMs? Not yet, but there will be. Or gun launched? No, there will be like pylon launched ATGMs. Do I have a vision already? Yeah, so we want like a... It's going to be a light mech. Kind of going to be like a, you know, like a blast cannon. With like two big weapons on the top. And then, apart from that, it's just kind of like anyone's guess. I'll have like one small weapon on the bottom, probably. And we're just figuring out what kind of form this thing's going to take now. It's actually, we got a couple of sketches in the background here that we just did. We weren't too fond of either of them. This one is better. This one is an absolute nightmare situation. But yeah, we're still just figuring it out. Making a mech look like a glass cannon is an interesting conundrum because it still needs to be how would I put it? Like, it still needs to be chunky and like interesting, but like it still has to feel kind of like a mech, you know what I mean? And that's like an interesting challenge. Maybe something like this is good inspiration. The small weapon being centerline. Yeah, we will really probably keep that. It's something I was quite interested in for this mech, because that's not a common feature on EOD mechs at all. That's quite rare. Go bare bones. Yeah, I mean, we can go kind of bare bones, but like, yeah, it has to be, you know, it can be bare bones, but like if it's just like all like, you know, it needs to feel like it can still compellingly like be shot like at least once, you know, and not just like fall to pieces. A frame with a minimum amount of armor, yeah.
Perfect.
What if the torso has an over byline the Jermac? That's kind of an interesting idea. The problem is, like, I'm trying to get the design. The roll cage is a good idea. It's just a very good idea. I try to get this like design language down, but I just end up making it feel like the heaviest mech you've ever seen. Now what you're looking at here is a horrible bouncing issue. Let's see what I can do about this. Block where the internals would be and then block a frame around it, yeah. Yeah. I'm just a little bit thinking about the legs right now. As far as I'm concerned with how like challenging mech design can be, if like you have like a good grey box design and you're happy with it, in like one day that's like a good day's work. So that's kind of our ambition for this stream. And we will hopefully hit it. I'm not gonna say necessarily probably hit it, but it would be nice to hit it. Look at these like canal boat shaped feet. Or it's like clogs. Pirate mech, spikes, rebar, and savage paint jobs. That'd be kind of cool. Do we have a special design for every mech, or is it like the same legs all the time? We want to make it special every time. Yeah, this doesn't feel light yet. If you look at the boss, and they're just on ball knobs, which will then reroll with a roll cage and lightness. That's kind of true, though. It's kind of true. You're liking where I'm taking the torso so far? I'm not disliking it, but it does have me asking some questions. Feels like a blackjack. Yeah, I also, like, I don't want to make my designs look like any kind of Battletech designs. Even, like, unconsciously, you know? Because I couldn't tell you what blackjack looks like. Off the top of my head. Oh, yeah, I see. Isn't this too low poly for how in-game the visuals are? Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah, 100%. But this is just like a design phase. We're just like figuring out how this mech's actually gonna look. Like in terms of like it's really like big shapes. So we figure out the big shapes and then we work our way down making like smaller and smaller, more detailed shapes until the mech is like ready to go in the game. Because if we were, you know, if I started building up like bolt by bolt, small ship by small ship, it would be like really hard to kind of keep it all together, you know? It'd be really, really difficult to hold a cohesive design in mind if I was doing it like that way. So we do it this way, and this works out fairly well. This body actually speaks to me a little bit. This actually feels kind of like interesting enough. I just need to get legs that match. It feels light. It feels kind of stick like a roll cage on this. I think it's got some potential. Glass cannon is often a small body with a huge weapon. Are you going the same route with this mech? Yeah, I think we kind of are. Will Jeff get HMK? It's a good question. Kind of glass cannon-y? Yeah, totally. That's what this is going to be. It's going to be so glass cannon-like. It's like chiseling a statue of stone. You start with the big shapes and then gradually refine them with detail. Yeah, yeah, that's what you do. Glass cannons don't need big and heavy weapons, but this one does. This one will happen. It exists for a very specific purpose, like in the gameplay as well. This feels like way more what I was hoping for than this one here. Let me just see about adding that like center line light weapon point. It might actually work not quite so well on this one. Well, I'd say that works. Kind of works. Jeff is going to get a dosage of Trident. A small dose compared to other 2 small point weapons, but he will be getting a dosage of Trident. How's that balance feeling? A little front heavy. James, you're saying, could you make the FPS view feel more like being in a simulator and design the mech to look like a drone, thus skip the need for a cockpit? You definitely could do that. But don't you like the cockpit? Isn't that part of the fun? And like, plus we've already made like a cockpit for, you know, every single mech, so I feel like it'd be a bummer to delete them now and go for like an FPS drone view. But yeah, you definitely could do it, but like, I think having the cockpit is more exciting from a gameplay point of view, plus we already prepared it.
That's a quirk of one of the mechs.
That it's a drone?
That it's a drone.
Like,
yeah.
Guys, this mech is a drone. It's totally not that I just couldn't be bothered to model a cockpit for it. How would you play that in VR? Wouldn't that be kind of like busted in VR?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you place that small weapon slot on your lower, it looks suspicious. Yeah, probably would. Oh, so you mean it's just for this one mech? Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I just think the VR aspect would probably bust it. Why do I always make them cheaped up? It's like always like an accidental design folly. I just give these mechs like absolutely massive ass cheeks. Drink the game. Can we have a totally caked up mech? I think you need to take a close look at the Kukushka and you're going to realize that guy's got cheeks on him. I think this is promising. compared to the other ones. Clanging is the sound of my armored cheeks clapping when I reposition. Will we add a mech with melee capacities? We thought about it a lot, and we don't know yet. We're kind of leaning towards no, but that's just because like the type of game this is, you know. We're not so certain about it, that kind of thing. But if jumping on another mech with the thrusters and crunching on top of them counts as a melee mech, then yes, as long as crushing another mech counts. But if you need something more like punching or hitting, we're not so sure about that. This mech has like a tiny, like kind of, the top surface area of it's like kind of tiny comparatively, even to like the Karen. Especially compared to Velikan, like it's really small, this body. It might need to be a tiny bit larger. Just a tiny bit.
I like that.
Yeah, it's just that we need space for all the systems and like hatches and APS systems, stuff like that. Different mechs have different crushing stats. I never thought about that, but I think yeah, the weight of the mech would play a role. It's the Karen 2, that's your name for this thing. This is the Karen but stronger. You can Highlander Burial in this game. This is the copyright-free Highlander Burial. Damn it.
Yeah,
I don't even know how I keep hitting that button. I'm gonna have to
I'll just
unbind
delete
it.
the hotkey.
Yeah. I've got it. I didn't hit it last stream. I never hit it last stream. Maybe like one time. This stream I'm hitting it like 5 times.
Yeah, I'm buying that sheet.
I'm just gonna rebind it to a different button. Stand by, guys. Key bindings. The big red self-destruct button, yeah. Okay, switch to scene. Just gonna change that. I don't think I've ever pressed the page down button in my life. I'm gonna use that button. Okay, quick little check here, quick little test run. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, yep, we're good, we're good. Since this is a new Mac, and we didn't end up working off one of the previous ones, this is going to be the Concept 5 until it actually gets a name. You want a second Mech GIF on the transmission interrupted screen? We can consider it. Thanks for swinging by, Jonas. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, these thighs are thick. Maybe a little bit too thick, actually. Maybe they're just out of proportion with the rest of the legs. This is putting the TVR in a positive light. Just you wait for the TVR remake. It's gonna have big repercussions. They can always like clomper feet. It's fine. Think about how I want this guy to step. Give him some like ski-like feet, I think. The boiling vessel in the remake. No, the TVR will never have a boiling vessel, just a higher quality model. Put one roller skates. This is Code Geass or something, like the Glasgow mechs from the animated skiing along the ground. Meat Nugget. Every game, every mech in the game canonically has a boiling vessel, except the TBR, it's a debuff. I did a big ramble on a previous stream about mech center of mass, and you can see here it's really kind of too far to the front. You want to make tea in the TVR? You can't. It's not possible. Yeah, not feeling the legs. Even these legs are better. See what I can do about this. This balancing situation. What if you took the legs in the first iteration, slapped them on this one? You know, it could be done. It could be done. That would not be too far outside of a reasonable plan. But I think I can probably model these up to be something usable. But I can mess around with blending the sketches together later, if I feel like that's something that would work better. Just trying to get this, like, good center line of mass, you know. Have I heard of a game known as Foxhole? Yeah, I know it, but I never played it. But it's definitely an interesting game. That's true, some mechs do look better with normal legs, and this might be one of them. This mech's wearing sandals. I try just like quickly duplicate this over here for a second. Delete that middle knee joint. Have we considered back/shoulder mounted missiles? Yeah, we have considered it, but like we mostly just put things on the hard points or whatever. Or on the pylons. Looks like it's gonna walk as if it's shit itself. Yeah, I mean that's what we have to. That's what we're here to fix, you know. Yeah, not really feeling the normal legs too much. It's always quite difficult to get a good looking normal leg. The three jointed legs is just or the two like the double jointed legs is just such a mechy thing to have. Is there in-game lore, or is it just cool mechs fighting? Yeah, there's in-game lore. And not to you know self-promote too hard, but you can read all about it on a Patreon write-up that I did a month or so ago. Or you can do some Discord archivism and find all the things we've written in there. But apart from that, you'll obviously be able to find it in the actual game once the game is released. Actually, you know something? When I played Armored Core 6, I barely used reverse jointed mechs. I'm actually able to pull up a screenshot of my Armored Core. No, I don't have the screenshots to hand. But I barely ever used the reverse jointed legs in that game. Can we turn those legs around and have backward knees? You know, maybe we could actually. Do a little silhouette check quickly. It reads a bit weird. Let me see. Also, our favorite Armored Core 6 weapon, Pile Bunker. Not even a question, it's just Pile Bunker. The best. Lore's unique. ... unique. That's what it's like. Sounds like it's bad, but I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty decent. I'm not really a writer by expertise, you know. It's just something that is interesting to me. Mostly for me, it's all about the art of the game or whatever. The concept of this one is glass cannon, so he's got like 2 big hard points, and he's gonna let you know about it. That's such a weird hip shape, but I like almost actually like it. I don't like it, but I almost like it. It's like if you wear oversized trousers and they're like bagging around your hips or whatever. Such a weird Mac, and now it's become like super heavy again. Here we can the MC Hammer pants. Basically hit hard and then get folded immediately with glass cannon, pretty much, unless you can, you know, get out of the way. Or kill them before they kill you. Some basketball shots on him. On how the mech is thick. Oh.
Be a great place for a pylon.
What, hanging right off his sack?
Yeah.
He's got his pylon hidden in his saggy trousers. Nuclear self-destruct when? I don't know about nuclear, but I mean, it's going to be a pretty big boom when there is self-destruct. I think if we ship the VR version of the game without the self-destruct switch working, that should be like something we could be prosecuted for. So we'll definitely get it working pretty soon. Because if I can't put my finger on the self-destruct button in VR, then I mean, what am I even playing it for, basically? How much would it be folded by a single railgun hit? Probably like comparable to a Ken, or well, maybe not Ken, I don't know. Good question. Good question. I don't know about that. That's a kind of like finer element balancing that I leave up to Ethan. If any of you you guys know that like big pant versus like big jacked meme, it's hard to describe it. I'm just gonna show you a picture. Here. Check this out. I feel like this is like a big pant Mac. Whereas like the TVR is like the big jacked Mac. You know, PX, I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to do the self-destruct by accident. It has like a cover over it, and it's a giant red button. If you press that, it's kind of on you at that point. So I think the design concept for this mech is like, it's this. This is the mech. Just the guy with big pants. When you have the big pan image, sure, I'll post it in the general chat in the Discord. I'll post it in the memes channel. There you go. Flared ankles, so true. In certain versions of the Atlas mech in BattleTech, they have like these like missile boxes on the legs, and I just thought that was like the most badass thing I ever made. And I think I still do think that actually. I think it's awesome. Something like the silhouette of this a bit more than I liked it before. Still need some work on the legs though. You've come to share your gifts with us. What are your gifts? Sounds so unusual. Have we considered being able to mix and match torsos / legs? I've thought about it. I did think about it at times. But I ultimately came to the conclusion that for this game it probably wouldn't play that good. Like, the legs don't make as much of an impact as the actual top part of the mech, so I kind of came to the eventual conclusion that there wouldn't be much point to it. Although we keep them in the game separately, so I have occasionally swapped them out, like, just to make cursed images in the Discord that I know some of you have seen. Like the four-legged horse Shabak, that was terrifying. Do you have any big mechs? It seems like the biggest you have would be heavy, so the only big boy size. I mean, this guy is huge. Like, the smallest mech in the game is smaller than this guy. This guy is, like, towering. And, like, he's not as bulky. I mean, like, he's pretty bulky, but, like, his feet really need to be, like, 20% bigger. Look how much better it looks with, like, a larger foot. I really wish I got that right the first time around. The TVR rework will be a big deal. But, I mean, he's not as bulky as, like, it's possible to get. So when we have a mech that's as tall as him and as bulky as him, it's going to feel like the biggest thing that you could imagine, pretty much, I think. That's what I'm thinking, anyway. He looks Warhammer 6R sized. That's one I'm gonna have to look up. Warhammer 6R. Yeah, I don't really know how big that is, but like for context, he's like 15 meters tall or something, or like 13 meters tall. Hold on. We can fact check that quickly if I have cube here. Show length. Wherever that option is again. It's in here somewhere. There we go. Edge length. He's 12.8 meters tall. And that is the tallest height in the game, because you may notice this shape here. And this is the standard door frame that I use when I'm building levels. So you can't be taller than this door frame, I'll put it that way, or you're going to hit your head and you're not going to be able to get anywhere in the world. And you'll be too big for the levels, so that is a bit of a hard limit on mechs right now, because I don't want to rework levels with roofs and stuff. When do you think the next playtest will be? I know when the next playtest will be. It'll be at the end of July. It's been announced. You can find details on Steam. You can find details on Discord. You can find the details. The information is there. Everyone can play at the end of July. You just have to sign up on Steam. About crouching, we thought about it. The procedural animation system would allow it, I think, but it's not. It's not in the game right now.
Yeah, we definitely got to have it in at some point, I think.
Yeah, bulk in this goes
So
to
they'll
be
just like peek over corners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shabbat crouching
It
will probably
might
make
look
it
really
about
goofy.
as tall as a man. Like, yeah. Well, that's what we'll do. We'll make them wide. We'll make them longer. We'll make them bulkier, but they will maintain about the same height. Like the TVR, like if you look at it front on, like he's kind of flat. Like he doesn't have a lot going on. And he's got this like very skeletal like torso and stuff. So they can be a lot heavier. They can be a lot chunkier, for sure. Do a little silhouette check here. Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere. Where are we getting? Don't ask me. But we're getting somewhere. I enjoy doing the silhouette check, see if it feels right for EOD, see if it feels readable. I think a bit more angles. Look how funny that guy looks on the silhouette check. I think some more angles in here, changing a few things around, adding that roll cage that we were talking about. Some antennas and stuff on here, and I think it's got a bit of potential to be an interesting mech in the roster. The balance is decent. We can make this work. You think it looks dope? Thank you very much. You want to name it Burrell after legendary Big Pant Burrell. Sorry, Burrell? Burrell? I don't know. Legendary Big Pant wearer MC Hammer. Maybe it's just called Hammer. Rocket should go around the guns in your mind? Yeah, it'll probably not do that because we can swap the guns out, so if it went around the guns it would kind of break that. Glass hammer. There's a cockroach on your monitor? Oh, it's horrible. Get that thing away. That would be kind of cool. The nobody. The only issue with like adding stuff like that is that our mechs like don't have like special weapons per mech. Like we do have like a massive missile pack already for like one of the regular slots. Also, the mechs don't get like special slots per mech. They just get like, you know, everything runs on the standard system customization. Why have you chosen to give mechs 3-point legs rather than something else? Because I like it personally. It's just kind of my taste, I think. I find it the easiest design to make look good. I find it hard to make digit grade legs look good. I find it, or like the, not digit grade, but like the ones where it's like reverse jointed. I find it hard to make reverse jointed legs look good. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of what people will mod in, I mean, it could be anything, really. We just don't know. I think it would be kind of cool to have mechs that have, like, built-in weapons. Do you have any thoughts about that, Ethan? Like, say we had an artillery mech. Would it be interesting to have ones with built-in weapons?
Well, yeah, I could. Yeah, generally we want to encourage as much, customization as possible. It's kind of just my preferred way of making games, but it's definitely something we could do.
Yeah, so they have, like, normal points to customize and then one big weapon. It's an interesting thought, to be honest. Something I've been pondering for a while, but yeah. Alternatively, you know, we could just introduce a new classification. Like, I feel like that's what we might do. If we were going to have something like this, we would just introduce a new classification of, like, artillery pieces. I think that would actually be a better way to do it, because then we could have more mechs in the future that would use artillery, or would use that system. So we wouldn't be, like, making a whole new system just for, like, one mech. That makes sense, right? Like, we would just add, like, artillery slots, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're gonna
that's
do
much
that.
more our style, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that'd be more in line with what we'd be likely to do. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys to look at this guy for a second. I'm going to leave you with Ethan, and I'll leave you with the spinner, I think, if I have it ready. I have the spinner ready. The spinner is being deployed. Because I need to go and get a little bit of food. Ethan, look after the good people. I will return shortly.
I shall protect. He needs a coffee. I always need a coffee, mate. What's your position on the socio-economic climate in America? Watch me not answer that question and instead make a mech game. What's your position on soup and sauce? Well, if it's a week old, it's better, but your stomach disagrees. For like 2 days. No problem, Snack. Cheers for coming round. How are you so cool? What's your secret? Well, making mech games. The more nerdy the game you make, the cooler you get. That's the rule. What's nerdier than a mech game? I don't even know. Hammer. You know, that's a shout. If you could create your perfect mech, what would its specs? Uh, I like speed over being slow and armored, personally, and I generally like having the option to think more to outsmart. So generally, I actually really like glass cannons. Like if I mess up, I just die immediately. But if I play properly, come up with good strategies, etc., it can pay off massively. So honestly, it might be this mech right here that might be my favorite. Why does the mech have a wiener? It may be the wiener mech. That may be yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I think the weapon being in the middle will have that benefit. Being able to just shoot quickly without converging. Yeah. Probably better to have two, but if you could have one, it's probably a good place to have it. Wiener gun and a forehead gun. Advanced military strategies right here.
Okay, I'm back. I've consumed a bit of food and I'm ready to carry on. No corner boing. It's tough. You may never get it. Because I only put it on every now and again. The spinner is not a normal part of the stream setup. We haven't quite reached that level of chaotic yet. But you did miss there was a thank you very much, PX. You did miss a 1v1 in Strafta earlier, so things were pretty heavily derailed from making Max. But yeah, this is what we're doing. We're doing this kind of like glass cannon mech, and we're figuring out how he's gonna look. A really small and obnoxious speedster mech. We already have like 2. Oh, excuse me, joking. Oh, it's water. It's tough to drink water. Oh, wow. Yeah, choking on water. It's a new one. What's planned to make this different from the Velicant? It's a glass cannon. It's, you know, it's got a lot less health. It's got a lot of firepower. It's faster but weaker, yeah, pretty much. Heavy firepower. It can move, but it will be pretty limited by how much health it has. It's tough to drink water, yep. I don't know if Ethan answered your question while I was away, Terran, but we have considered a single-player campaign, but we are mostly focusing on the multiplayer, though I wouldn't really consider it an arena shooter. I'd consider it more like a vehicle combat game, you know? Like a World of Tanks or, you know, War Thunder or something. And Bejesus, I mean, that question, they don't even have arms. I don't even know. They don't do any of that. We're not even reading that out. Do we texture the mechs in Blender or in the engine itself? We texture the mechs in Substance Painter, and then that feeds into a procedural material inside the engine. But yeah, there are co-op single-player missions, but I wouldn't like consider it a campaign. They're just like one-off missions that you can play. Not like a full, you know, chain together like narrative or anything. It's just some missions you can play like one after the other. Or in any particular order. Do you know how tiny the Locust and Flea are? Yeah, they're pretty small, but like the Zubak is also really small, like absolutely tiny. Like you can barely fit a human run inside it. I always struggle with like this joint here, like in the middle. Like getting a good design there is like they can't. It is a cruel life. So I'm looking at somebody who's got a cool artist do it, and a lot of them like compress it down, and then kind of hide it a little bit. And that's actually not a bad way of doing it, to be fair. At least with their Mech, that's not technically digigrade. What is it then? Do you do your own Unreal Engine blueprints, or is there another guy who does that for you? Ethan is the guy. He makes the blueprints and he makes the C++. It's mostly C++, but there is a guy. The waist joint, the bane of your existence, yeah. You and me both.
I feel like the name for this mech needs to relate to the fact that it is a wiener mech.
Really, you want to relate to that part of it and not like some other part of it that isn't related to wieners?
It's the military names, military people. Come on, they're all gonna pick a good name. There's no way they wouldn't.
There's no way they wouldn't. Okay, well, you might not be wrong, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. What I'm actually thinking about right now is just like how to make it look more military-like. Like right now it's very mechy, undeniably very mechy, which is desirable because it is a mech. But I also want it to look more like a tank, you know. So I'm just thinking about that right now.
The Bratverse.
Halliwhacker. Who needs a bushwhacker when you can have a tallywhacker? Yeah, Terran. I'm saying like the mech is made of mech, but like, you know, there's two kinds of shapes. Like there's mech shapes, like look at this, boom, mech shapes, right? And then there's tank shapes. And like we need the tank shapes like heavily dialed in, you know? It needs to be it needs to feel like a compellingly realistic military vehicle. Rather than just like a sci-fi mech, which it is kind of in that category right now. So I need to do some work and make it feel like a compelling military vehicle. Now a lot of that is done through the greebling and everything. I'm just adding details, but also a lot of it is done through the pure shapes that are added onto the thing. That's a cool idea, Owen. I like that. M1 Abrams Starfront turret subs. Yeah, so I think this shape here, like this shape here, tackling this with some military details onto it, making it feel more compellingly realistic. This would be a big part of making this mech decent for your day. I'm just thinking about the best ways to achieve that. I have to continue the feeling of the big pant. And all the while making sure that we don't lose balance. As you can see, we have actually slightly lost balance here. And their balance has been restored. You can really feel the difference. Like, look at that, like, not balanced, balanced, not balanced, balanced. Like, the difference it makes to your, like, subconscious perception of the mech is actually kind of crazy. A mech that is just like a sentient pair of trousers with a pilot. What were people lying about when they were talking about your game, eh? I don't understand the question, sorry. I don't think people have been lying. At least if anyone's been lying, I'm not aware of it. So I'm just checking over these images here and looking at what shapes kind of speak to me. Maybe the Abrams X, type vibe, because that was really cool. What else we got here? Got some German thing that I don't know the name of. I think this is some kind of leopard based on its blocky turret. Shapes can really vary a lot in very interesting ways. It's just about picking the ones that's The best. You want a mech just a tank turret with your legs? I mean, the Jabak is like right there waiting for you, ready to deliver on everything you need and want. Michael, you've been lying? Oh. I'm saddened, Michael. I trusted you. I think it's like ERA stuff, but it's a very interesting shape to it. This too, although I don't think that's ERA, but it definitely has an interesting shape. I think the Abrams X is interesting because it looks so sci-fi that it almost becomes like bad reference material. Like same with like the new Leopards, like the shapes are so sci-fi that when you see them on a mech, they don't actually feel like they're grounding it in reality. They feel like they're like some kind of far out thing. Like it just looks so sci-fi. So I don't know. Lots of considerations. Do we have a stealth mech? Not yet, but we've been thinking about it. Or we've been thinking about the ability to add stealth packages to mechs. These are ERA panels, at least on Russian tanks, yeah. I don't think these ones were... Wait, I've lost my images. I don't think this is any ERA. Wait, hang on. Like, I don't think there's any ERA here. Maybe like on the side, this bit. I think the front is just armor. Let's look at the Bradley. That's actually a good idea. Let me get some Bradley pictures. Let's give me... I've searched Bradley. I've got Bradley Cooper. Not what I wanted. Can't make a mech out of Bradley Cooper. Stuff feels most military when it's got chunky low poly shapes. Yeah, kinda. But like it also feels more military when it has like the right kind of decals. It's all about the shape language, you know. The shapes can be chunky and low poly, but feel very, very sci-fi. But if you get the right kind of shapes, like it can also feel very, very military, even in its low poly state. And this feels very sci-fi right now. So I do want to change that. Oh, the top layer, at least your knowledge is pushed at ERA, right? Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know that. But I'm also not really a tank expert, so it's not too surprising that I didn't know that to me. I've been kind of obsessing over, on the Bradley in particular, like these headlamps. I just think they're the best with this like hood on them. It's like such a great detail for like mechs and stuff. English is not working for you? Don't worry, it doesn't work for me half the time either. I'll say a sentence to people sometimes, they'll just go, huh? Like, there were two words in there that didn't even sound like English, and I've just like slurred my speech, or spoken too fast, or whatever. Okay, I've collected ample Bradley pictures. I want to look up this vehicle more. Does anyone know what this vehicle's called? This APC? If anyone knows what it's called, please let me know, because I want to Google it more, but I don't know what it's called. It looks American. I think it's like UEMC on the side there. But I don't know what it is. That's kind of cool. Like, look at that. It's very chunky. I don't know if it's quite right for this mech, but it's very cool. LEV AD, thank you very much. Let me look that up a little bit more. LEV AD. Oh yeah, that's the one. No, you're definitely not mistaken. That is absolutely right. Striker? I think it's just LAV AD. Maybe it's the... What is the Striker? Is that not like an LAV version maybe? I don't know. BTR 82A. Kind of want to look that up. Oh, that is cool. Definitely a different vehicle, but it's very cool. The artillery is 2S7 peon. You're an expert. You're not the expert, that's a different guy around here, but you are definitely an expert. Just putting up some high-res images, or at least as high-res images as I can find of the LAV-AD. They've got in a War Thunder, which is good for me, because I get to look at pictures of a 3D model of it. And Striker has kind of tanky vibes. Yeah, see what's interesting to me about this LAV is that it's like... It's quite light, and it's not shaped at all like I expected it to be. Yeah, so I think by looking at some of these light vehicles, we might be able to get an idea of how to make our mech look more like a light armored vehicle. Striker's like a modular, one-size-fits-all vehicle. A temperature vehicle. Striker. Oh yeah, see, the Striker's a bit like the LAV, but more chunky. LAV is a Cold War American APC, Striker was a successor. LAV-AD is just a show-rad version of it. Okay, I understand some of that. Oh, they got Striker with a... Now this is like mech inspiration right here, guys, look at this. You got the Striker with the giant gun on top, with like a... Oh, I thought that was a magazine! Ah, bummer. I mean, still very cool, but like, the way I perceived this was like a block here, right? Like the giant barrel, and then like a huge like magazine sitting on the side. And I'm like, oh, that is the most mech thing I've seen in a minute. But that's not what it is. But it's still inspiring. Very cool stuff. Look at these fans on the side as well. This is awesome. Now you see what I mean? If I can transfer these kind of ideas onto this mech, it can be given a much more compelling military feeling. And that was what we did with the Jabak, and it's definitely got the best vibe of all the mechs we've done so far. And I do think we can potentially do better. It has a revolver magazine inside. This thing has a revolver magazine inside of it? If that is true, that's awesome. However, external giant box magazine is kind of cooler. Let me see what other pictures of LAVs in interesting configurations I can find. I mean, just like, look at this. This is like peak mech, like, inspiration. Look at that. Look at this, like, that could go straight on an EOD pylon, and it wouldn't even, like, I wouldn't even blink. Like, this is, like, perfect stuff right here. 120mm 6 gun. I mean, sign me up, that's badass. This is the most mechy vehicle I've seen in a minute. With the way that it has these, like, modular parts on the top. So cool. Oh, I see, Terran, you're saying AD and LAV. AD stands for air defense. I probably could have figured that out myself, to be honest, if I'd really thought about it. But I did not think, so thanks for clearing me in. Have you seen the Russian Terminator? I have. It didn't excite me as much as... It didn't excite me as much as this, though. Because it's just kind of like... Ah, never mind, you know what, it's kind of mechy. It's kind of mechy, but it's not like... It's not as perfect, like it doesn't have asymmetry, and that is just a T90 or a T72 hull or whatever, like it's not as... Oh, thank you, Arcavi, we will keep working as hard as we can. What do I think about the Terminator? Yeah. I just think it's not as exciting because it's such an old hull. It's not as cool as this with its like newer like paneling and stuff. Although I'll probably find out that this is older than this, but this, I mean, as a vehicle, this is only from like 2014 or something, but like the turret is great. But I think the body fails to deliver on the excitement factor. It bursts really fast. Yeah, I can imagine with these two guns. It'd be like a Dishka or whatever. Or like a Shilkra. What's the anti-air called? Shilkra? Shilka. This thing with like the 4 guns. The anti-air vehicle. Now this is like old school, but it's very, very terrifying. the sound it makes when it fires. The Vickers Mark 11. Check it out. Oh my, that is interesting. I feel like when they fire this gun, the vehicle's just going to flip over backwards and get like completely... Yeah, the LAV has been in service since 1983, so as I correctly predicted, my guessing of when these things or this is the Striker, actually, this isn't the LAV, but I imagine the Striker is also pretty old, relatively speaking. But this is just mech perfection. Let's try and actually, instead of yapping about tanks, let me try and actually make some models. And see what I can do here. The VPK Boomerang, let me check out. Striker's 2002? Okay, it's still older, but not older than the hull. Oh, this is cool. I like how angular it is. This is a Russian vehicle, as you can see by this big flag, but this hull looks a lot more modern. And in this case, they have like the modern looking hull with this like really old looking like BMP-esque turret with like... Is that Drozzed? Drozzed, whatever? I don't know, but it might just be like missile launchers or something. Striker MGS would flip when it fires its gun. Yeah, this is an interesting vehicle. We have another mech stream. Yes, we do. We're making this mech. We're just doing some research right now. We're just thinking about different, like, really cool looking, like, military shapes. Some shapes persist because they just work. That is true, you know, that is true. That's interesting, though. Like, this is two images of the boomerang, right? This one has a very different turret to this one, right? You can see this turret much, like, rounder. Much older looking. Big gap there. This one here, none of those things. It's got a lot squarer, it's got its paneling, rivets, no gap. It's interesting. So maybe this is like a test piece or something, and this is like an actual production model, or maybe the other way around, I don't know. The 5-meter square Russia flag on the stream. Maybe not the best optics at the moment, but we're just here for the vehicles. We're not interested in anything flag related. Every vehicle, every image I see of this like boomerang vehicle looks different, like it's being constantly changed for some reason. Is it still in development maybe? I don't know. Oh, it's the prototype version. Okay, okay. Used to play Supermax and watch the reels. Kind of reminded me. Let me look up Supermax. I don't actually know what that is. Ah, it's
It's just the Mega Big TVR.
Is what the Mega Big TVR?
A Super Mech.
Oh no! This is a game they played. Called Supermax. I think it's like a 2D mech game. This is kind of interesting. The designs are quite like stylish. But yeah, we're just looking at a lot of really interesting vehicles and the shapes that they bring across. There's a Swedish tank and
You picking a core inspiration?
Yeah, but not this one. We're looking more at like this one for core inspiration, the Striker. And its unique shapes. There's a Swedish tank and War Thunder that has a really neat looking turret. What's it called? Is it the STRV 103? I think that mech is the turret. Sorry, that tank is the turret. Where's my pictures of the cheese wedge?
God, I love the cheese wedge.
There it is, the cheese wedge. Drudsbergen 74, let me check out. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's such a weird turret, honestly. It's so tall and round. There's like a slight pitfall with there's like a slight pitfall with the tank shapes, is that like if you take old tank shapes then your mech feels like too old. They need to be like semi-modern tank shapes that you're like taking inspiration from. Are there planned changes to other mechs like the TBR and the Kukushka? Yeah, we're going to be buffing them up by adding like new weapons to pylons and stuff, and the TBR is going to get an overhaul at some point, just in general with a new model. Okay, let me think about what I can do here. Yeah, it won't be like super soon, that new TBR model, but it will happen eventually. The STRF 940C. Oh, the CB 9040, yeah. Or whatever it is, with the Bofors scum. Yeah, that's a cool vehicle. I've got on the pictures board here. Yeah. What is this, super heavy mech? They'll be getting heavy. We'll be getting a super heavy mech. There'll be like one mech that's heavier than everything else and is really slow.
What did you think about giving it a fixed, like torso to make aiming harder and slower?
It's an interesting idea. We could definitely try it.
It can't be too annoying, but it might be okay.
The thing is, if we made it so it had like 4 hard points, we could make it too annoying. Like, we could make that trade-off ridiculous. There is some options there.
That would be fun.
We could be like, yeah, you can be super heavy, but you're going to be paying the price. Like, you're going to have like a 10-degree like turning rate or whatever, or like turning angle.
Yeah.
Make it like that one. Make it like that one Swedish tank. Yeah, we were just talking about that thing. Euro, the Wolfenstein OST is so good, so good. Good game as well. Really enjoy it. I've seen the other Gruber called the Oosh 405. Yes, I have. The most fun vehicle to play in War Thunder, hands down. The STRB3 looks so futuristic, but it was phased out in 1992. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's all about the vibes, you know what I mean? Hello again, Mr. Chobi. If you have the vibes, who cares when it was phased out in the real world? As long as you can keep the good feeling for your mechs. Can't find real combat, but turn the lucky corner and you get obliterated by 4 Croxes. Yeah, I mean, like, imagine you can position this thing correctly. If you can, you know, move yourself into a position before people get there, like a backline or whatever, and then something happens, it's going to be an amazing moment for you. You're going to have this, like, incredibly powerful vehicle in the right position, but you just can't be expected to, like, rush down the front lines or whatever. But you can be expected to cause serious business in the right situation. Nice for team play, yeah. You could like set a trap or whatever. Be like, guys, bring them to this line. I'll deal with it, you know. Sorting the mech by rules in the market is an idea. That's quite a good idea. Some of your messages are being sent to the Shadow Realm. Interesting. I don't have any, might be your internet, might be something YouTube's doing. None of your messages have come through in the chat in a minute. If it's like glitching out, whatever, you can post in the Discord. I have that open on my other screen so I can see anything that's posted on there while the stream is ongoing. I saw you posted though in the show your stuff. I know you didn't. You posted it in the sorry, you posted it in the UD general. Pictures of the tank. At least I assume that's you. It might have been someone else. Is this a sniper TF2 mech? Kinda. Yeah, kinda. You did, but it was like 10-20 minutes ago. Okay, okay. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's like 10-20 minutes ago. Jeff, it is looking a lot more Jeffy. What do you think, expert? Are we going in the right direction with Jeff? Or is it all going crazy? So I'm just thinking about where to put the camera component now. And I would have put it on the bottom, but we have the gun there, so it's probably going to have to be on the top. I was just doing a quick Google search to see if you can give people who are watching the stream channel points. And then if you can, that will enable the strafe tat double or nothings. But I think you might need some like third-party setup or something to actually do that. Is the cockpit going to be on the top or the front? It'll be like inside here, inside this area. And the cockpits all work through like cameras and screens, so they don't have like a exposed windscreen to the like displays. They don't have an exposed window to the outside. How will the torso turning angles be? I think they'll be really big for this one. I think I'll have the capacity to turn quite a lot. Your virtual functioning cockpit. Yeah, it's all like virtual. Do all the mechs play differently, like turning speed? Yeah, they have different turning speeds, weights, accelerations. Pretty much anything you can think of is different between the chassis related to that kind of stuff. You assume that components can't be blown off like the Canon MWs. Your torso twist muscle memory won't help you there. You can blow components off, you can blow weapons off, you can blow other things off too. So, your aiming will help you there. So I kind of want to have like this sort of shape on the top. I'm just thinking about the best ways to achieve that. What exactly are the mud flaps on the back protecting? I don't know, it's a tough question. It's confidential information. Top secret mech design facts. I'm afraid I can't tell you. They're just kind of a nonsense detail, to be honest. But I like how they look, so they will be going nowhere. The pilot's delicate feelings, yeah. Facts confidential. If there's any like governments in the world developing a top secret mech program right now, I need these confidential documents leaked in the EOD Discord as soon as possible. Oh yeah, I mean it just happens, right? Like Owen, like it's just how it happens. Let's see. Wait. I feel like we could wedge this like a lot more. I think Canada is, that's why the rest of their military is so small. Yeah, leaking a mech program would be like extra impactful because it's not just a secret vehicle. in an existing category. It's a new category. The government should be extra mad about it. Let me see. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, flattening that out, I like. Hello, Rinvo. I've not written that message yet, but it's kind of funny. This definitely has Jabak like genealogy to it. Like it's a shared ancestor on the reference sheet, I think. Radar in the center with slight shoulder bumps to limit its exposure to fire. Yeah. I kind of leave the radar off to one side though to give it some, you know, asymmetrical aspects. Tell me about the GM walking truck, actually. Or the GE walking truck. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of old. 1969, damn. Don't worry, the roll cage will not be forgotten. It's just going to become later on. Political coordinates graph for different types of mechs. Yeah, that'd be fun. I find that the roll cages on these vehicles often exist to protect the delicate parts, like lamps and wing mirrors and stuff like that. And like other stuff, like, you know. So that's probably the rationale I'm going to go with on the roll cage. Let's do a little silhouette check while we're here. Not too bad. Maybe we could do with a bit more chunky connection points down here. It's starting to come together now? Yeah, I think so too. It definitely needs a bit more like maybe potential reevaluation of some of the shapes and stuff, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Yeah, definitely the roll cage to add some like variance to the silhouette on like an antenna would be really good. Add a little asymmetry, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Not so sure about some of these like leg shapes, but like I can circle back around and sort it out if I don't end up liking it in the end. Did you see your Digigrade follow-up? No, I think I missed it. Could you post it again? Could you copy and paste it? I'm just being lazy, but I don't want to dig through the whole chat. If you have it to hand anyway. Digigrade uses the ankle as an extra joint and the foot is the toes. This mech has an actual foot, meaning it's double jointed plantigrade. Oh, okay, interesting. Feet are always a pain, true. The things that I find most difficult are the feet and then like balancing like the top and the bottom of the design. Yeah, mechs are better at being cool, Warney. Hello, Cavecrafter. Is the machine gun fix the chassis or can it pan and tilt? It can pan and tilt. It's not like locked in place. Yeah, the gun is for reference. You can put any of the small weapons in the game on that slot. You think it's slightly taller? That could be it. The goal for this mech, I'll let me show you the goal. Big pants. This is a big pants mech. That is the ambition here. And it's going to be a glass cannon. But for now I'm just also thinking like, how can I panel this thing? Wait, not like that. I'm not like super crazy about the way the shapes are going right now. Paneling your other nemesis. You have a lot of enemies, Terran. When you're imagining nighttime combat or deep underground, are you imagining the mechs would rely solely on sensors and night sights? Or they incorporate big spotlights? Yeah, they can put lights. Thunderpants, mech. Yeah, we've been talking about MC Hammer as well, like MC Hammer pants, mech. I'm struggling with this part around here. Hello, Nick. Welcome to the chat. If for be named Thunderpants or MC Mecha. That's true, ID2K. That would actually be awesome in a nighttime battle. Like seeing the lasers and things going off. And glowing on the landscape a little bit. Oh, add Wanja back to the screen. Say no more. It will be done. Let's have him looking at the music. Move that guy over there. Maybe one of the dev team. Yeah, I'm making a new Mech for EOD this stream. And if you don't know what EOD is, there's a link in the description. It's a Mech game that we're working on. Sad fighting camouflage. Just hurts the eyes. Yeah, that's funny. That's true, Owen. Let me see. Let me look up the Abrams. Nice to see Blender being used. It's nice to use Blender. It's a good tool. Maybe I should like go one day and just like model a tank, like just for like the learning experience, you know, just to kind of onboard like all those shapes and that like learning into my mind, so I can be a better mech designer in the tank sphere. Look at the USSR IS-5. I want a minute. I'm just gonna try what I'm doing here first. I'm really messing this up. Hold on. Does this game go into the difference between different sensor types, red eye, infrared, optical? Not really, but like a little bit. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. For like weapon tracking, yes, but for like looking through cameras, like no. That's not like something you can like look through, like an eye or camera or whatever. I'm making a pig's ear of this, like. No, night vision. No, night vision. Night vision is planned, but not like thermal vision or other vision modes like that. But like night vision, yeah, we do plan to do that. That should be pretty possible. Hmm. The bolt from BF 2042. Let me check it out. Oh, that is interesting. It's very square. Infrared's a hell on shaders. Yeah, it'd be really difficult to create that. It requires a lot of manual creation of like texture maps and stuff. Nighttime your back scorbiness. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to be able to stroll with the mechs and also to like have like the option of either using like night vision or like headlamps. I'm not appreciating this shape that I'm making right now. I tried messing around with the ARAMs a bit, but I've just kind of started freestyling, gone off the path. Yeah, there's no mechs with backwards facing guns, but it would be kind of funny. Maybe it's like a joke or something on April Fools.
Every single gun is forced to be back.
Yeah, just you can
Oh,
only
that'd
like
be so funny.
hard surface modeling can be kind of tricky to begin with. Yeah, it's tough stuff, and I've totally fucked this also situation. You liked where it was going? Oh, fair enough. I did not like where it was going. Now that I like a lot more. It's a bit more simple, it's a bit more mechy, but it does appeal to me. You want to make an arm with mech with arms next? Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. We don't have any arms on our mechs, so I kind of get to avoid that issue, and it's all chicken walkers. My favorite mech with arms is the Mad Cat / Timberwolf, whatever it's called. I think that's a cool mech. Want to make a Timberwolf, you don't want to deal with Harmony Gold. I mean, you just have to get creative. You have to make your own Timberwolf. Or rather, you're not Timberwolf. Your own legally distinct mech that is its own thing. Woodhound. I'll tell you something about Battletech, is that like every like good obvious name for a mech has been taken by them. They have like 100 million
Yeah.
mechs, and they've taken every name. The licensing on Battletech is crazy, it's true, it's split across like 5 different companies or something. I did not actually know that APOC. That's interesting. The second layer on the legs looks better. Yeah, it'll all come back in a different form in a second. I'm just playing around right now. I'm just trying to internalize these like panels into my brain. But right now I'm just trying to simplify the design a little bit, just to find the most appealing, like, robust shapes I can get my hands on. And then I'll, like, bring in some of the details again. How do you do the damage / normal version of your parts? We basically paint a texture in Substance Painter, and then I'll just like mess the low poly mesh up a little bit with like a shape key or some displacement or something, and that tends to get the job done. It's been a long time without good mech horror games, Hansi. I don't think that we are necessarily competition for Mech Warrior, because we're doing a bit of a different thing. Like, we obviously aren't a Mech Warrior story. Our mechs look different. Our gameplay is focused on the multiplayer. Yeah, they play different. So I don't know. I feel like I disagree. Also, I think that Mech Warrior Online is actually a pretty good game. It's pretty fun. Although I suppose that was a while ago. And I think the Mech Warrior 5 and Mech Warrior Clans were like interesting games, but maybe not like amazing games. Like they've got good stuff about them, but like in my opinion, they're like, it's like all the good stuff weirdly just like doesn't come together. I don't know. It's hard to say. We need more mech games. 100% agree. APOC, who's chatting with you guys, is actually working on a really cool mech game as well, called Bounty. There's not like a good concrete place to check it out except his Discord, but keep an eye on it because it looks like it's going to be a very, very like... It's got that game feel. It looks very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You'd have loved MechWarrior Online except the pay to win? Yeah, pretty much. The pay to win is the only unfortunate part of that game to me. I generally like playing it. And I have not paid to win. I've just grinded to win, which is maybe worse. You don't like how unique this game is? It makes me sad I have to wait months to play it for like 3 days with no real alternatives. Well, there will come a time when you'll just be able to click on it in your library and play it anytime you want. It will be a good time. For now, you must wait. Mechanized Armor 3, yeah, pretty much. I'm guessing the hero mechs are why you called Mech Warrior Online pay to win. Well, I mean, I don't think it's the most egregious pay to win. I was just like reading verbatim what someone else said in the chat. I think you can still win in Mech Warrior Online without paying. It's just that there's like a lot of like premium options and stuff, you know? It's more like a general term for like games where you can buy progression or like you can buy like weapons or whatever. It's, you know, you call it pay to win, even if it's not necessarily like egregiously gonna make you win. You still kind of call it pay to win, I think. There are far, far worse pay to win games, I think, than Mech Warrior Online. But, and I mean, it is free, so you kind of, you get what you, you know, you should have your expectations tempered by that alone. Oh, welcome back, PX. No, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with Mech Warrior Online's monetization model. I would never put it in my game, but it is just the way that free games are.
Food time.
It has a battle pass style progression, I didn't even know that. Oh, we have to go for food. But yeah, I don't think it's like, it's not ideal, but it's not that bad. I'm not just going to talk slander about it, because I do enjoy the game. So it feels hypocritical to be like, it's a horrible pay to win game when I've played it for like 100 hours and I actually like it. You feel it needlessly dilutes the meaning of pay to win? Yeah, I guess it probably does. What about Hawken? I don't know. I only played it a very long time ago, because it hasn't been around for a very long time. And I don't remember too much of what it was like, because I only played it a tiny bit. Did that have monetization? I honestly do not know. Hawken was amazing in beta before the progression world, everything you find monetized. Oh, okay. So I guess it was a free-to-play game. Hawken was like TF2 mech matches. Okay. Semi-class based, play fast like a Twitch shooter. Yeah, I mean I vaguely remember because I did play it like one time, but it's been a long time. Are we only asking about free to play games, or can we ask about experience with saving? I mean, you can ask about anything. We were just talking about like pay to win. Someone was saying that like, you know, calling Mech Warrior Online pay to win dilutes the name, dilutes like what pay to win means, and they're pretty right, to be fair. Because I don't think Mech Warrior Online is egregiously pay to win, and there's a lot of monetization in it. But no, you can ask me about any game. And if you want to know about Armored Core 6, I think it's brilliant. Yeah, I know, it's a funny coincidence. The music comes on straight as we start talking about Armored Core. Yeah, Jeffrey, I mean, just a great game. I played all the endings as well. What about the obvious gambling in War Thunder? Oh, like the snow globes or whatever? Yeah. I don't know if that's pay to win. That's more like, I mean, I don't even know how to categorize that, but it's definitely like a loot box system that gives you like very valuable vehicles or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how to categorize that, but it is pretty hardcore, that's for sure. I think I had some SL at one point. I opened one of those snow globes, and then I got back the exact amount of money that I put into it, and I was like, well, quit while I'm ahead, and then I never opened another one. I've seen videos on YouTube of people opening, like, I don't know, like 3 million silver lions worth of those globes, or whatever, those loot boxes, and they get like one vehicle, and I'm like, wow, that is a lot. It's got chicken legs? Absolutely, they all do. That is the EOD spirit of things. Pay to win in War Thunder still is in pack premium so far, not as bad as Wargaming yet. Right, yeah. I don't know. They have some... Let me think, because I actually don't know that much about War Thunder. I know a bit about it, but I only mostly know what I played. 99% of gamblers stop before get big. True, you should gamble more. But, there's some things they said that they would never do, like having like top tier premiums, and I think they do that now. Might be wrong, but I think they did renege on that. Yeah, I guess I just don't know that much about the whole like War Thunder like situation, since I played that game somewhat casually and on the free version, like the free mode, like non-premium. World of Tanks and Warships, ridiculous tiered loot boxes as well. See, I only ever played World of Warships like a very long time ago, and not for very long, and I didn't spend any money on it, so I really don't know a lot about it, but if you want to tell me, I'm curious. Do you plan on sticking pretty with legged mechs in this game? Yeah, pretty much. It'll just be legged mechs. Maybe there'll be different numbers of legs, we've been talking about that, but it will just be legged mechs. Russian dolls, you open a box to have a chance to get a box, to have a chance to get a box, to have a chance to get a premium vehicle, I guess. Right, that sounds interesting. And like something that would either drive me mad or bore me to tears. I'll tell you guys what I want, okay? I want a War Thunder game. Like, well, not really. I want it almost more like not to be a War Thunder game. And I just want one with like planes. But instead of spawning me on a runway and I have to take off, just spawn me in the air. That's not even a hot take, by the way, Terran. That is like an objectively correct take. If it doesn't have legs, it's not a mech. Couldn't agree more. 100% agree. The Wallace Leaping Tank. That sounds very made up. Oh, that thing. Did I watch Robojocks yet? I did not watch Robojocks yet. I've been very busy. And I think if I had some free time, I'm gonna level with you, Turning Cog. I don't think I'd spend that free time watching Robojocks. I'm just so hung up on this bit of the Mech. I think we might be... Maybe I just took a little step in my last story. I will watch Robojocks at some point. You know, last time you mentioned it, someone over in the YouTube chat said it's one of the worst movies they've ever seen. I'm just thinking for a moment what to do with this guy now. Let's take a little moment just to review some of the reference images and just think, because it's tricky design work that's like, where will Jeff's radios go? Probably like here. Oh, well, Jeffrey. Expert has taken to calling this mech Jeff for reasons that, to be honest, are kind of beyond my understanding. But it has happened. Who are you going to believe, YouTube over Twitch? Well, I don't know. Now some good guys on YouTube. I'll believe whoever can beat me in a strapped out 1v1. That's the rules of the game around here. Victory through arena combat is the only way to earn credibility. Why will the next mech be named John or Oliver? Oh, Top Gear. Oh, right. Top Gear. Ah. Some say my genius generates his own field of gravity. I don't think I know what Clark's sounds like. There's the magnitude of this mech's genius is unparalleled. When did the third Shabak appear? When Terran redeemed it like 20 minutes ago. It's so hard. Let me take a break from the hips for a minute and just step back. Shadowcat vibes, yeah. Your goal to at least one Shabak every stream. I think the first stream we had a lot more Shabaks because it cost a bit less then. But it's been, you know, since then we've been suffering with inflation, economic inflation in the points. So the prices, they've all gone up. Yeah, it's a very flat front. It's not the way that I would normally do it, but it's definitely similar to some like other mechs, some other games that have like more flat front. That's kind of outside of my usual design language, which is one reason why I'm like struggling with it, because I'm trying to like think, do I actually like it or not? And the answer is I don't know. And does the gun look better there? Kinda. Kinda does. Oh, you want to put shark's teeth on it? Which one of the radars will later have a radome over it? Well, there'll be like an advanced radar you can put on your Mech, and I think that one would have a radome. Like, the one you have right now is like the junkyard radar, basically. How much do you need to donate to put Metal Gear Rex in your game? Okay, only like $5, except we also need you to secure the licensing for that. So, you know, we can add it in for $5, but we'll need the licensing from Konami or whatever. Where's the pilot going to sit? Inside the body. Unicorn looking right now. I'm just like kind of... Normally when I'm doing like a meta design, like I'll like float around with it a lot and like go back and forth like between doing other things, but like you guys have got me focusing on what I'm doing, and it's kind of tricky, and I don't actually... There's parts of this I like, and there's parts of this I really don't like. I'm struggling to pin down exactly what I want to change, just off the top of my head. So let me get the pen out. Okay, these parts here are like a big... Oh, they're kind of like a big question mark for me right now. This gun position is also another question mark. The width of these thighs is a question mark. This shape on the top here, like that, honestly, might even want to make it like flatter, like more planed off, cleanly planed off. Let's see what else. And then also like this being so like boxy, it's kind of like it's just sort of a boring ass shape. So that becomes a question mark too. This angle on the legs, nice. I like that. These feet, nice. I like these feet. This ankle composition here, I actually quite like that. And then these pylons being stuck so far is also a bit of a question mark. Yeah, the small weapon stuck in the middle is kind of criminally jarring. But I promised a center and middle light weapon, and now it's like, how do we fit that in? So maybe we change that to something different. So yeah, this is kind of like the line of thinking right now on this mech. Certain parts I like, certain parts are asking questions about if they are the right way to do it. If you find some interesting photos for future reference, may you ping us. You probably don't need to ping us, to be honest. Just post it in the post it in EOD General with like whatever idea you think you have, or you can post it like the suggestions board. Like you can do anything like that, and we'll just see it. Like we keep an eye out. You don't need to ping us for anything like that. The legs and hips are neat. The side bulges on the hull are neat. Yeah, I think the side bulges on the hull have some credibility to them. Like they could go some good place, but they're not as they should be right now. There's definitely some more thinking that needs to happen there. Maybe the sense line will stick a bit for the front thing at F4E Vulcan. Let me check that. F4E Vulcan. The Phantom. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Can you 3D print this theoretically? Yeah, theoretically, absolutely. We haven't released any models that are good for 3D printing yet, but we do plan to do that like after like, you know, well, when they're ready, basically. When they're ready, we want to release some 3D models for printing. It'll just take a little bit of time. They could gimbal mount to allow the gun's just orientation to inverted. See, that would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Like, because then we have to make Ethan program it. Ethan, are you here with us now? Are you in the room now? He's still away. He's still away getting a bit of food. But oh, hear me out. Look at that. That is the shape that I wanted for the top. I can work with this. This can be something. I can make you somebody. I'm gonna make you a star. The people are gonna love you. But yeah, the angle's gonna appear in like every mech from here on out. He gave me eyebrows. Ethan's not with us anymore. My condolences to him. He's free of having to program mechs every day. Well, until he gets back from his lunch anyway. The torture? What torture? Needs more angles since it doesn't have the armor weight, yeah. Yeah. Well, things like start to add like alternative paneling in here, you know? The plane going crazy over my house right now. Programming mechs all day, true. Programming mechs may be fine. Programming multiplayer network mechs, oof. Then the situation changes. Then the game isn't so fun anymore. Autocannon lit it. See, these aren't even just autocannons, these are autocannon burst fire grenade launchers. Hey, I can actually give you guys a little sneak peek. Let me swap the stream over real quick. We can have a little break for modeling for a minute. And I'll show you something cool. Let me see. I'm gonna change this. Unreal Editor. Okay, you guys seeing this? This is the bullfrog here that I've got on one shoulder up there. It's a huge thing. Now, it's not finished yet, but if I fire it, it kind of bursts, like, close to the target. Congratulations on being done with your finals, by the way, expert. But, like, it will wait till it gets close to target, and then it will burst, like, based on that. Oops, that doesn't show up there, but... So no matter how far away the thing is you're firing at, it uses like a radar fuse to burst, like, so it scatters perfectly over whatever target you're firing at, unless you fire at something too close. And then it just hits, like, whatever one thing. So yeah, there's your little sneak peek at one of the weapons in the works. a little eye into my dev room. Swap this back to Blender. We can get back to business. And the PC too? Oh my god. I'm still surprised Pikachu the actually named it the Bullfrog. It's a good name. I'd be more surprised Pikachu if we didn't name it the Bullfrog. It's a great name. Wolf on a jump scare, yes. Finish with the Trident in action? Nope. Nope, because I don't have a mech customized with it. I'll do it later. Proximity fuse and safety fuse. Yep. I think that's pretty common for a lot of weapons. I think you guys already saw the Trident in action. I thought we already like showed that in like videos and stuff. Oh, go on. You've all been so good. We'll pull the Trident out. 1 second. I need to go back to the main menu. Main menu. Here we go. Needs to croak and burp. I'm not sure about that. C5 coming soon. The whole War Thunder OST is just PTSD the musical, yeah. Flashbacks to grinding sessions. Oh, here you go. I already had one with I already had a mech with the bloody tridents on it. Let me head back to my dev room. You're now gonna engage in evil behavior. What evil behavior are you gonna engage in? It looks very surprised. Here we go. Let's just shoot there. So I'm only clicking once, and it's firing 3 times. It's got a few issues right now, like the muzzle flash doesn't follow the weapon perfectly. And I doubt you guys can hear it, but it's got a pretty, like, meaty sound to it. It's pretty fun. It's actually quite hard to hit. It's hard to, like, track targets with it. The velocity of the rounds is fairly slow for now. Ant Mutant, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot read Cyrillic. No. Well, that's not true. I can nearly read Cyrillic, but if even if I did read it, I wouldn't be able to understand. So I don't know if you could submit that question in English, please. But you know what, I'll throw it through the translate and we'll see what we get, even if it's total garbage. Translate. That says... Yeah. What? I don't even know what that means, man. Where's the one? Unreal? Yeah, this is Unreal Engine. Yeah. Is that what that question says? Heavy alpha strike on an unaware target would be ideal. Yeah, it definitely kind of goes with that category. We might be changing like its muzzle flash as well. Alright, back to Blender. Nope, that's Steve. Back to Blender.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, ID2K. You made a mech for your portfolio? You should show off in the Discord, I'd love to see it. The Discord link is in the stream description, I think. There's a stuff for like showing your channel in there. Showing your stuff in the channel. Ethan, do you think we can increase it to 2 small weapons?
I like the idea about having one in the middle, honestly.
I like it, but it's really hard to design.
I think it being in the middle where it was there is not going to work. I think it'll get in the way of cameras.
Oh, like here?
This stream will take a age to update.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, you send me a screenshot of that all there. I quite liked it where it was before I left, where it was just in the middle, one and low.
Be the unicorn on the top of his head. You should definitely get in there with your car sim. I'm sure there's a lot. In fact, I've already seen people posting about like who like cars in the Discord, so I'm sure there'll be people interested in it. Oh, nice, you posted. Let me check it out. Oh, wow. This is hardcore. It's amazing, man. I'm just gonna put some pictures up on my reference sheet here. You guys can see this mech he's made. The link's in the Discord to go check it out properly, but like, look at that. The texture quality on it and the details are brilliant. It's so like, it's totally like, how would I put it? It's like, there's a word for it. It's like, industrial, right? It's like totally like it's like something you'd see like an orc make in like Warhammer 40k. Or is it actually from Hawken? Ah. It's super menacing and it looks like it has eyes and a mouth. I really like it. Nice job. Oh, I was just putting it on the ref to show. It's like kind of good ref, to be honest. Like the way you put the decals on and stuff. There's also like very organic shapes, which is like, not. It's like, it sounds like I'm being me and like I want to avoid this art style with EOD, but it's more like just like a different style. You know what I mean? I actually like it a lot. There's parts this I would do, like your thrusters are kind of perfect. I would copy those. I would steal those. But like the overall like more stylish look, I would try and avoid. Just because I want to really make these things feel like military vehicles, but this thing's like way more of like a character than most of the mechs that I make. Your texturing's really nice. But yeah, good job. You looked away as the wiener gun back? Yes.
We're back in wiener mode.
You should look up the radar from Hulkin. Let me check it out. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's meaty. He really does have that Abrams like top end. Yeah. Hmm. He's got real crab vibes, this like radar. Zoom up on the stream here. Have I ever played Front Mission? No, I have not played Front Mission. But I do kind of know what it is a little bit.
I've just realized the Trident ammo pool isn't a multiple of 3.
Oh, it's like the FAMAS then. Fires 3-round
Yeah.
burst, doesn't have a 3-round multiple magazine.
So unbelievably French. We are not French. So the Trident will have a multiple of 3.
No, I think you should leave it so the last one fires like a single round. I think that would be really funny. Get into Blender, Owen. Get into Blender. Start doing it in 3D. Looks empty-ish. This is pretty empty-ish.
Do you think the hardpoints stick out too much on the Mech?
Yes. And no. Yes. Yes, they do.
I mean, the Bullfrog is quite a wide gun anyway, so maybe that's...
Yeah, that
accentuating
will
it.
be contributing a little bit. You really don't want to UI with more than one submenu. It's scary. No, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's got, you know, it's easy enough. It's got hotkeys. Good fun. Lots of polygons and 3D tools. Is the EOD theme available to listen anywhere? Yes, it's available to listen on Spotify. On Spotify, you can search Engines of Destruction, and you will find Perpetual Conflict and Rumbling in the Distance by Dogma on his Spotify, and you can listen there. Or you can listen to Dogma on YouTube. You can search up there as well, you'll find it there. Those are the two main places that I'm aware of where you can listen to it. There may be more, but those are the spots.
Put them
I'm
on
aware of.
like all of them.
I think it's available on like most like major like music distribution spots.
You know when you like think for a minute and then you go, oh god, what was I doing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me right now. Oh yeah.
What are you doing?
Bug fixing.
Oh. Oh.
There's a UI element that shows the reload time of your guns, and on the Trident, it only shows it for the first of your 3 shots.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
So I need to make it work properly.
Owen, you might be the first person to actually scan that QR code decal.
Get ready, percent you.
I clicked on the here link that was posted about it. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know the link was posted. This is the Disco Elysium soundtrack. I actually went to see Sea Power live a couple of months ago, who did the Disco Elysium soundtrack. Very, very good band. And one of the absolutely loudest gigs I've ever been to. It was unbelievably loud. Like, you would not think, like, listening to this track right now, that it was, like, the loudest gig you could imagine, but it was just so loud. It was kind of cool though, like they were playing like a lot of their, the playlist has not been shared yet, oh dear. I need to beef it up a bit more actually, still. I didn't do it before this stream. But yeah, like when they would play the music from Disco Elysium, like the entire audience would start like freaking out, it was really funny. Because they would play like some of like their normal songs, everyone was like, yeah, woo, it's awesome. And then they play like the Disco Elysium soundtrack and then everyone would like really start going crazy. Especially with like some of the more iconic tracks. You like the front exhaust ports? I'm glad. I was unsure about them, but I think they're a pretty good way to go.
Very good. They're good. Yeah.
I'm just refining them a little bit, if I can, or maybe I'm making them worse. We will see. Your cat will go into another room, immediately guess. Your cat will go into another room, immediately get lost and start crying. It's adorably pathetic. You have like a new cat or something? Have they not like learned the house, or is that just how they are? Body does betray your degeneracy. He's getting on in years. Okay. This is one of the tracks that got everyone freaking out. Yeah, like, okay, so there's like two things I can play on stream, right, music-wise. There is video game soundtracks, and there is, like, copyright-free, like, NCS, whatever, like, fat rap music. What video game soundtracks and or copyrighted, non-copyrighted music would be good to play on the stream is the question I'm asking. What do you guys think would be nice music? The Midnight? Is that copyright? The Midnight. That doesn't seem like it would be copyright free to me. I guess it maybe is. I can check it out.
And bug fixed.
Bug fixed. Yahoo!
The changes to the laser range finding, really, really good.
Oh, excellent. You want to draw You want to draw a mech design in your sketchbook? Do you have any recommendations for references? I just like to browse Pinterest and search like mech warrior, battletech, you know, usual stuff. I'm gonna think of like a more out of the way reference that's interesting. Can't really. I just go on Pinterest and browse till I find something good. I mean, obviously I have a lot of reference, but this has been accrued over several years, so... Oh, you want like a niche tank? Oh, my bad. What about this? What about the M113? It's kind of like a cube. It's the M113? Yeah, M113. Good luck. You post it and show your stuff, awesome. I'm interested to see. I'm gonna eat this ice cream sandwich, that's important work. I wish I had an ice cream sandwich to eat. So I think a lot of these core shapes are kind of okay right now. Maybe these hips. And it's going to come down to now like starting to think about secondary shapes and that kind of thing. These big extra armor plates and stuff, like what's going to slot on where. What's my favorite ice cream flavor? Mint. Like mint. apple? I didn't even know that was an ice cream flavor. That's kind of crazy. You're a fan of a mech being built around being a cube? Yeah, me too. Honestly, a lot of my stuff was like a bit too cubic, to the extent where, like, as much as I like cubic stuff, I started thinking about how I wanted to change my ways a little bit and make things that were like less cubey. But then I see like certain things online that are just like so cubey, like by design, and I'm like, oh, that's so good. So I should have just keep the cubey lifestyle going, but I haven't made up my mind about that yet. Cube is love. Cube is life. That APC is just an upside down showback. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He didn't know I was live right now? I am indeed live right now. I hope you got your stuff sorted out that you DM me about and there's no technical issues there anymore. Yeah, cool. Good to see you in the stream. This is so awesome. Imagine jumping this thing. Like a hell yeah. Send it. You fixed the thing? Good stuff. Good stuff. That UD album cover, sick as hell. Yeah, it's drawn by Patso Katsu. You can look him up online. He's an amazing artist, does great mechs. And he does a lot of like cube mechs as well, so it's like what we're talking about. He has this like series of like cubes versus spheres. It's really cool. And like a load of like 3D printables and things. The guy's awesome. I was looking at like ways to add some of this like roll cage, but that was not the way. That was not what I wanted. Did you fix the VR support? Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's not broken, it's just not ready yet. It will be ready, like, you know, on time for the next test. It's just not ready yet. Yeah, just survive the next 30 days, and you'll get your VR. You break the VR support for fun? I think people might not be too happy about that. People might not like that too much. You'd have been waiting a long time for this. Mech is piloting the player. So right now you're just working on this with 2? What do you mean, like, with 2? With 2 what? You mean like the 2 of us being the developers of the game? Is that what you mean, or something else? Two guys, yeah, there's 2 of us, 2 main devs basically, making the game, doing our thing. We do have like helpers for certain things, but for the most part, I make all the art and Ethan makes all the code. Yeah, it's FTL. Yeah, Ethan does the funny shorts, and I do the unfunny shorts. The shot with the robot walking animation, yeah, that was Ethan's handiwork. He got pretty creative with that one. I do the frustrating shorts. The public playtest is at the end of July. So about 30 days, you can sign up on Steam. I like the top view of this Mech, with this like flat top like bit. I think that's an interesting visual. Getting a little bit quiet now because I'm just kind of focusing on thinking about ways to detail and bring this mech out to look good. Do you guys have any questions?
Locking in.
Yeah, I'm locking in. Do you guys have any questions about the game, about the modeling, anything you'd like to know about while I'm here? You can get me talking again. If that is something you want. Sometimes the silence is just beautiful. Are we working on it full time? Yes, we are. Basically, we are working on it full time exclusively because of the support we get from the patrons. If it wasn't for them, we would not be able to do this full time. So that is the reason why we're able to. And that is what we do. I'm glad you're enjoying the modelling, G Police. I'm having a lot of fun with it, to be honest. Mechs are pretty much my favourite thing to make. You fed out from the VR UI spot and looks awesome. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. You think the patron's a better way of funding game development? Yeah, I agree. I like that we can give back to people through like insider looks and through just other things like, playtest, access, stuff like that. Rather than like other methods. I suppose most methods of funding allow you to like give back in one way or another, but I think the way that we can provide an interesting eye in through the patron is it's nice for us and the people who are interested in it. What's the workflow? High to low, weighted normals? It's high to low, yeah. You finished design and posted the Discord? It's nice. The reverse back. I like the feet though. I like the joints and stuff. It's cool. And the top gun as well. It's got like a gun on the top that's pretty unique. Yeah. I dare say you could have made it even chunkier to match that APC that it was. But yeah, the Marquitzot, it is just a high to low workflow for these guys. Pretty straightforward stuff. Considering the size, do you have a certain textile density? Yeah, we do, and the textile density is guaranteed. No, it's good to ask questions. I literally ask like if anyone has any questions. But yeah, we guarantee the textile density by using an in-engine material that we generate via masks, and then we generate a bunch of masks in Substance Painter for each mech, right? and then in engine we use those to drive a material. What's the recessed part at the top of the nose? That's where the camera goes. That's where the camera is going to sit. And the zoom camera or thermal camera, or sorry, or night vision camera, or just whatever camera you put on the Mech. It's going to sit up here in this little protected area. But yeah, no, the textile density is like kind of guaranteed by the fact that we tile textures in engine based on masks that I create in Substance Painter to make the Mech materials. And it's got some really nice benefits, like it lets us, we can basically, you know, first of all, like we get a lot of textile quality. So there are different cameras you can mount, not yet, but there will be when we get through that stage of development. Is it going to be a decal stream, or is the inevitable avalanche of chat messages not a good way to keep track of decal ideas? That's a good question. A decal stream could be kind of fun, but I already made like 160 decals, and I'm probably only going to make like another 50 or 100. Then again, and like most of them are just like basic symbols and stuff, so I don't know if a decal stream would be good, but it's an interesting idea. We could do that, we could do that. I create an RGB mask in Painter, yeah, pretty much. I pack different data into the channels, and then I have a fancy material in Unreal Engine that pulls it all together at the end of the day. Were you going to say something, Ethan?
About the camera, although there's no other alternative, you can just take off the base one, and that can free up some space, reduce weight, etc. There is a motive.
There is a motive.
If that's the word, rationale.
Rationale? Yep, either, I guess. Oh shit.
Quite funny to have the Mech just standing in front of its failed predecessors. Like,
yeah. Yeah, we will do the dirt and damage and scratch decals and stuff. It's just going to take like a bit more time because I need to make a system for them and stuff. You make the speed of the Mech legs go down as you turn to achieve smoother turning. Probably. Ethan, verdict on that question?
does it like reduce your actual speed?
Yeah, I think so.
Could be done. Yeah, it's not something we do, but something we could do, yeah.
Seems like quite a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes the legs IK do bug out, like with the cairn, how fast the cairn can turn and walk, so maybe that's a really good solution. I'm writing that down.
Yeah. Write that down. Ethan!
Write that down.
I'm not getting too hasty into like beveling models and stuff, but I'm just trying to think about like, how do I want to create the paneling effect on this Mech? Only 100, yeah, only 100 decals. But it really is only 100 when a lot of them are like simple symbols and stuff, you know?
1, 2, 3, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Like numbers in a different font, like different stuff, simple stuff. Ethan, it was pointed out to me that we might as well add letters that let people write words. Because people are going to write stuff anyway, like we might as well give them letters so it can look better.
Well, we do have a disable decal button for this reason of certain no-no words. I really don't know if I want people running around with certain words on their mechs though.
Yeah.
Because that's going to happen. That's just the reality.
We would just need a moderation system.
That's true. That's true. Thing is, like, AI image recognition is getting super good, but I think it's probably still expensive.
It's still expensive. It still probably pulls a lot of false positives. But like, you know, we don't need anything that fancy. Like, if we just have like a report, and then like if it just captures the Mech as it is reported, and then we can get it checked somehow.
Maybe at some point in the future.
Yeah, vote kick and reporting is all we really need, says Owen. He's probably right.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if you could build your own mechs and then upload them into the game. That would be cool. That's kind of like the mod tools, you know? The mod tools will let you do whatever you want. Yeah, true. It's a lot of human, a lot of human moderation, human processing. We should add the letters E O D and nothing else. That's funny. Yeah, is there's literally any shape that can get morphed. Like, if there's any shape, like, if there's any kind of basic shape, people are going to pull it off. Yeah. Maybe if you get reported like 5 times, your mech decals get hidden. And that's not like that won't fuck up like how you're playing the game. That won't ruin your game experience even if you get false reported. But it would like allow us to protect people without like moderation issues, you know what I mean? So maybe like if you get reported for like bad decals like 10 times or something, your decals get hidden from all other players. What do you think of that idea, Ethan? I guess he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't think much of. Oh no, hello.
I'm just thinking, yeah.
I don't know. It's honestly, we've got a lot to do,
And it seems like a lot of stuff to worry about when we could just be getting on with making a good game. Is kind of my thoughts right at this moment. Don't have to deal with all the shit that people are going to end up doing.
Well, they're gonna do it anyway. I mean, we have the decal system, so we might as well just deal with it.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute or two. I will leave you with Ethan, and as is tradition, the spinner.
People add their own custom decals? No, and I don't know if we'll make that an option or not. Maybe at some point. Favorite flavor of ice cream? Good God.
near-ish where I used to live at some point, which is very descriptive, I know. There was an ice cream place that did a Ferrero Rocher ice cream, and that's honestly probably some of the best ice cream I've ever had in my life. That would be my vote. Playing VR would give me quite a bit of vertigo, I think. Yeah, it can definitely do that. We've taken steps already to try and reduce it for players, and we'll need to do a lot more as well, I think. Like a lot of games do the, what's it called, the vignette. They like fade out the corners, because apparently that really helps some people.
there definitely is going to be VR. That's a good point. That the cockpit may just have that vignette effect anyway. Yeah, we'll have to see. But
I have been muted on the stream. But I'm back now. Did it really hit the corner? Thanks, storyteller. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not really like sure about it yet. It feels a bit wrong. I think good paneling will make a big difference. Could anyone confirm, did we really get a corner hit with the spinner? Did the most amazing thing ever happen? Brilliant. If a corner hit happens, I need it to like burst out into confetti or something. We have multiple confirmations of a corner hit. It looks kind of mass-produced. I think it's a good thing. Fully change the game, it's just spinner watching. So what I really need is like a really effective and like good way of just like cutting panels out easily. And I'm not sure what the best way to do that would be. Like I've tried a lot of stuff in the past, but I don't have a perfect solution for panel cutting yet, like cutting panels that you see on the front of this. If I had an easy method, that would be nice, but I don't know that there even is an easy method. I think you just kind of have to lock in, do it the hard way. We settle for a name yet? No, I don't think so. Boxcar is usually abused for that. Yeah, it can be, but it's just not perfect. But like, I mean, I can box cut this up, you know. It's not necessarily boxcar that's the issue either, it's more just like the concept of Boolean cutting. Pink Panda 2.5 had a cut panel into Mech bun. Yeah, maybe if only. I think thinking about these panels is important for the design, but like, I don't want to get too into actual modeling and topology when I'm still like trying to figure out the design fully, you know? Doing these mechs is very like free-flowing, it's very fluid, it's very adjustable. Keeping it non-destructive can be really, really good for that. Or keeping it like not too high detailed. It's got to be your favorite mech so far? Damn. I'm not even done yet. I've got all this time to ruin it and make it no longer your favorite mech. You've called it too early. How are you getting it to make everything but what you have selected disappear? Shift H hides everything except your selected meshes. Don't fail you? Don't worry, I will definitely not fail you. I'll make sure to ruin this design. When are you going to be able to use the cannons from the cover art? Okay, that's an interesting question because last stream we made the bullfrog, right? And the bullfrog was a like replacement of the cannons from the cover art. So well, okay, more accurately, that stream started out as let's make the cannons from the cover art and put them in the game. Then that stream turned into let's make the bullfrog, because the bullfrog kind of became its own weapon. Like, it's more than a grenade launcher, you know what I mean? So it's a tough question. It's a tough question with no answer. currently available. Still stoked like your name's just a great name. It's the name of the weapon now. You want to make a cover art Velikan replica? Well, we could have one. We got one or two options, right? We can change the cover art, or we can try and get that weapon in the game. Get into the game, you say. You probably do that. You make them a rare weapon, some story driven. Yeah, it's the problem is like the cover art weapon is like it's not that nice a 3D model, or like it's not that nice like a concept. Like we have a grey box model for it. It doesn't look that good. Like it looks borderline acceptable, but it isn't like particularly nice in any way. So yeah, it's an interesting one. By using it as an old defensive turret? Yeah, it's a good idea. The model still needs to be finished though. It's like a half-finished model. Why did we choose the Velikan specifically as the mascot mech? Because we only had two mechs, and one was the Ken and one was the Velikan. And the Ken wasn't really mascot material. So it had to be the Velikan. Obviously we have a lot more mechs now. And there's a lot more mechs coming, but the Velikan was the first mech ever made. Not like in history, but in our game. If we chose a mascot mech now though, it'd probably still be the Velikan, to be honest. Since it's like an all-rounder, it's so powerful, and it's got quite a striking visual, I think. Like with its big, like, high position weapons and, you know, overall firepower. Although I'm sure many would make the case for the Zhubak being the mascot. The Zhubak is the community mascot, that's true. If it was like a game mascot, it would be the Velikan. Well, there is a game mascot, but if there's a community mascot, it's the Zhubak every time. You lure them in with the pelican to trap them with the shebang. You back your beloved and the TVR. You might be the only TVR fan in the world. UOD's most hated mech. Your hourly dose of PTSD, yeah. I'll beef up the playlist next time so that you get less if there is. You're disappointed in that, it's a shame. Well, I mean, the TVR rework, I'm sure will rework gameplay a lot, but we'll also give it like a nicer model. It's kind of made like slightly mid by its single hardpoint. What is the TVR? TVR is one of the heavy mechs in the game, or heavier mechs in the game, let's say here. It mounts 2 small weapons and 1 large weapon. That is just not enough to get ahead, even though it's fairly well armored. Hygiene is the real-life immortal snail, and you cannot escape it. It's true. War Thunder is the only game you can quit like 100 times in a week. You think I should get 1 or 2 pylon weapons? Yeah, I think you're probably right. In the rework, we'll definitely check out some options like that. Did you miss anything of note? No, not really. We're just chilling, doing the model. What do you think, Ethan? TVR with some pylons for rebalance. Give it some... beef it up a little bit.
I think that's a good idea.
What makes pylon weapons different from large and small weapons? So if you're talking like in terms of like power or like ability, like strength, imagine the hard point is worth like 2 points, the small weapon is worth like 1 point, the pylon is worth like 1.75 points. And as well as that, the pylons can be more used, they can be utilized more for launching like guided missiles and stuff. Yeah, we can do something like that, G-Police. Watch this. Here, I'll show you something. I can click on these 2 things here. And then I can go to the welder tool. And then I can weld them. Just like that. Get some nice welds. But I tend to do details that fine, like nearer the end, rather than like this sort of like design phase of things. You need that add-on? It's like 15 bucks. You can buy it on Super Hive. They call it now. They call it Super Hive. Blender Market apparently wasn't good enough, so you're gonna buy it from Super Hive. So I'm just thinking for a minute. It's interesting because like there's no. You love the look of high poly models, there's just no substitute for real geometry. There isn't, but you can get pretty close, you know? You can get pretty close with normal maps and being clever with bits and bobs. God, there's so many issues with this mech's design right now, especially around here. It's an absolute nightmare to... This mech is becoming a nightmare to work up into something that is playable. Or even like makes sense. So I'm just gonna do now with the pencil, just try and solve these like sideways design views a little bit. For like silhouette reasons. But angular, like getting better angles on it. Yeah, I don't like how the torso and hip line up on the inverted triangle, actually. That's something I find a bit troublesome about this design. I don't think that's very compelling. I think it actually takes away from it a little bit. What I'm doing here is just trying to change the sort of like think about areas that like really need that like attention in terms of like the more greebles you stick to the mech, the less it looks like it has a wiener, yeah. Honestly, I got a bit too overzealous with like greebling earlier, but I just couldn't help myself. But now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about the actual areas that need to like have the like a bit of a mass change to them. Give it a bit of weight. Oh, let me stretch a little bit while I think about this design. What I don't like is like, it's like a dumpy design is the way I would describe it. Like, it's like everything is like, it has this like overall shape of this like sort of squished square, right? And it's like, it's dumpy, you know what I mean? It's like, it's pointing at the floor. It's like it's just dumpy. There's no other way to describe it. It's like, you know, tall and elegant is kind of like You know, you have these like big shapes here, but this is like, it's like this. It's like straight on the floor. It doesn't feel like it's holding on to that glass cannon image that we were so interested in at the beginning, because that should be like tall and elegant. This is like it should be flipped upside down. Like literally, I mean, like this is like a bit of an extreme example, but watch me flip this upside down and you'll see how it becomes like more elegant immediately. Okay, well it didn't really, but because I broke it, but like you see if I flip this upside down and then I like lift these guns up like this here and I put that up like that, it feels way more like it feels way taller and it feels way more elegant, right? Like straight off the bat, just by like destroying the mesh and putting it upside down. The frumpiness has immediately been like completely flipped upside down because it's now pointing up to the sky. Instead of, you know, you can flip it upside down, you can make it point up the sky instead of pointing at the ground. Now, obviously, I will not be keeping this flipped upside down version, but is that not a better mech design already? Maybe a little bit too Star Wars 8080 when it's flipped up like this, but like, yeah, it doesn't cool upside down. You see what I mean? It's just a. It's because it has that like angle towards the ground, and when it all flows towards the ground, it feels like it's on the ground. It feels like it doesn't have that shape and feeling that we want. It still looks sick upside down. It looks better upside down, I think. Right now, it looks kind of like, oh, it's like a tired mech. So I think cutting into here and cutting away at this face a little bit, maybe like that. Might actually work. Oh, another Jabak has been added to the screen. Stand by. It's coming in. Let's have a poke at the corner up here. There we go. I'm quite curious. What sources have you been pulling inspiration from? Basically everything. Like when I just see something cool, I just go like, oh, yoink, grab it. Am I able to just shift the face box? Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. I just did all this greebling now, so now it's like I have something to lose. But you can't be afraid of like breaking your pieces of work that you've done to make it better. How do you add your backs to the screen? On Twitch. If you watch on Twitch, you can accrue points. And if you get enough points, then you can do a variety of things. Like you can add your backs to the screen. You can play Straftat with me for a round. And the Straftat is a double or nothing, although I haven't figured that out yet, so it's not a double or nothing yet. But yeah, you can basically, don't ruin my favorite mech. I said don't fail me. Well, I told you I was gonna fail you. But I more mean like, I don't necessarily mean like literally ruin. I mean like you can't be afraid to just like switch up what you're doing and make it like a totally different thing if that's what you need to do to make it better as an actual design. So let me capture this in a screenshot here. I'll actually show you guys something here. Hold on. If I pull this over onto my main screen. When I was designing the Shabak, I actually did a lot of drawings like this. I know they're renting somewhere. You can see here. This is an early model, and I was starting to draw over it here and figure out like the new shapes and things, and like, you know. The same with this concept mech that was in development but hasn't yet been made it all the way through. Like the idea was like this is like an alternative member of the Velikan family. Same with this here. This was an artillery. It was originally planned in the game. I did a lot of like painting over and drawing on this to figure out like where to like lump details and stuff. So yeah, this is kind of how the process goes. These are the drawings by Patso Katso. You couldn't care less. Fair enough. But yeah, this is just how the process goes. How many points is 3 Shabaks worth? 1600. Oh, you would have been so close to a Straftat. What if its name is the Tachi? Like the song right now that's playing, or was playing, from the Neo Tokyo soundtrack? So yeah, that's just like a little bit there, like designing, or how I design. I like to draw over them and then like iterate on it like that. I think we got to get him a bit further into things before we, you know, go naming him. Seems kind of illegal to you? What seems illegal? It seems kind of illegal to bold show. What? You're calling it the Home Depot monstrosity. It is, it's certainly a monstrosity at the moment. How you getting on, Ethan?
Yeah, good. I'm working on the next masterpiece.
Oh, oh, you're making a video?
Mm. Which may or may not be a masterpiece. The people will decide.
It's a piece.
It's a piece of something.
So I just did some very brutal booleans on the front here to like cut it back a little bit, and it does feel a bit less frumpy now. It still does a little bit. It still has a little bit. You gotta head out, Taryn? Well, thanks for coming by. Been cool having you in the chat. I'll see you around. And we now have 3 more Jabaks thanks to your efforts. You think it looks cooler with the front end slice stuff? Yeah, me too. I mean, it's totally fucked up because these like surviving greebles and stuff, but for the most part, yeah, I think it's way better. Like, it was all the way out here before. Now it's like this. It's a bit more tucked in. It's a bit flatter. Hits the spot more for what I'm after, while still maintaining its image. We can do a little before and after comparison here. Let's show it. There's the after. There's the before. I think it's a firm after on that cut. And maybe I should get to another cut like up there as well. Considering how tricky it can be to pin down a mech design, I'm actually pretty happy that we've made it this far today. Oh, thank you very much, Yaki Yaki. I normally show up people's names, but Yaki Yaki is such a good name, I had to read the whole thing. I think I've got the balance of leg and body just right. Yeah, well, kinda. There's changes that need to be made to the legs in particular now. What we need to do is kill the frumpy feeling and make sure it feels whole. Because that's what this mech's all about. So pumped, you hoping for new mechs? Here they are. How much is it intended to weigh in terms of stats? We usually figure that out afterwards. Once we know roughly how it looks. And we can even do a volume calculation if we want to. We could strap a few dead bodies onto the lower legs. This isn't a forever winter, man. Our setting isn't quite as dystopian. Have you ever seen the Forever Winter, Ethan?
No, what's this?
It's a extraction shooter game. It's like a co-op extraction shooter game. But it has the most like hardcore visuals you've ever seen. Like, it's this apocalyptic like future, right? Where the idea is that like fully automated warfare is like broken out between different factions, and you're basically like a scavenger just trying to sneak around. But like the warfare is like so brutal that it's difficult just to live even as a civilian. And like, you know, there's like tanks that have like human bodies like strapped all over them because it's effective camouflage in that setting. Like it's that like that level of like dystopian. It's got a lot of mechs in it as well. And the lore of EOD isn't Poland covered in miasma? Yeah, pretty much. It's like a fog. It will kill you if you don't have a respirator. Yeah, I'll send you the link there to check it out. Will you see this mech in the next playtest? Yeah, absolutely you will. And good afternoon, Blue Balls. Nice to see you. You get a bunch of reference pictures to the different mechs that currently exist. It's hard looking for pictures of them, and they would be nice to have future edits or art projects. Yeah, kinda. I mean, look, like, you need to understand, look at this. Hundreds of images. Like, to upload every single one of these images somewhere would be kind of difficult. Is there, like, a way you'd want it? Like, do you just want to be shown on stream, or is it posted somewhere in the Discord? Yeah, I guess I could do that. FTL soundtrack, your eyes have been blessed. Yes, so nice. Such a good game as well. Absolutely brilliant game. Yeah, I could probably post this somewhere. I'll think about the best way to do that. Dumping them. Oh, you want reference pages for the mechs that already exist? Oh, sorry, I'm like thinking like the images that we used to create it. Yeah, I mean we can. Yeah, I can take a bunch of like stills out of the game. Yeah, my magpie pile of images. I thought you wanted my image stash there. Started getting territorial. Yeah, we can do some actual images of the mechs. That's no problem at all. I could do it after stream as long as I remember. You want my mixtape, yeah. You know, maybe you have to beat me in Straftad to get the mixtape. Maybe you have to claim victory to get the mixtape link. Nah, you can just have it. Ping me in the Discord when stream is over, and I'll post it. You have to scour for a carrying image to make that pile bonker picture. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, I think it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to give you some proper reference. The stream is activated your hyper focus because you're trying to justify ways to make something biochemical in this setting. What does that mean? What does that entail? What does that involve? What would be something, which setting? Like the setting of EOD or something else? Will each mech have a different cockpit layout? At the front they do, but the buttons are all in the same places. Why not give this one to spaced armor? Because that's like its own package that you can put onto it for every mech. Setting of EOD. Okay. So what would be a biochemical thing in the setting of EOD? Like a weapon or maybe an organism? Unique buttons and interfaces would be a nice little kind of thing. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, because like we can move the buttons around with like the way the cockpits are designed. It would just take a bit of time. Or a lot of time. Stealth armor camouflage. It could be done. It could be done. I actually kind of want to do it. Definitely won't be on the next playtest though, because it'll just take a bit too long. We've already made insane cameras, yeah. Oh, do you want stealth armor like invisible to the eye or invisible to radar? Because like, you know, I could do invisible to radar, but like invisible to the eye, like a thing that makes you invisible. That wouldn't be too good for EOD, I don't think. So Steam says it's PvP and co-op. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have a single player campaign, but it does have single player missions. Hello, Cosmos. It has been a minute. I think we've been streaming like once a week though for the last 3 weeks, so you know, it's more than there was, I guess. And with this mech project on the go now, there might be a couple more streams out of this too. Yeah, no campaign, just co-op missions, like one-off co-op missions that you can play by yourself or with friends. In the garage, there should be backdrops you can swap between to test out a camo. That's a really cool idea. I think we'd probably also eventually like to add like a test drive function that you can just access out of the garage. The mech itself, oh right, like that. Okay, like an arthropod's shell on a dog's body. Oh, so it's like like that. Okay. Any word on adding thermals to the game? I think they're really cool, but they probably won't be added because, from a development point of view, I'm not aware of any way that we could actually get them in by ourselves. Like, you have to create unique textures and shaders and like a lot of stuff for like every single item in the game. Like every single mesh in the game needs that. And I don't think that's tenable for us, unfortunately. As cool as it would be, because thermals are awesome. You get night vision though, you know, so there will be other vision modes, but pretty much just night vision. Yeah, it's like, I want it, it's just, you know, it's about what can be done. It's been 5 hours, yeah. Takes time. A lot of time. So much time. The front reminds you a lot of the Chaffee. That's kind of fun. I might change these bolts out for like a more high-tech looking bolt. Like the one on the Striker. You may have missed this, but are there any short range or melee weapons? There's weapons that are for short range, but there's no weapons that are for melee. Apart from physically jumping on top of other mechs and crushing them under your enormous weight. A silhouette check? Yeah, I think it's kind of nice. Oh, and if there'll be flamethrowers that overheat max, there's lasers that overheat max. We did think about flamethrowers, but we thought the lasers filled the niche really well. Hopefully someday the pile bunker cairn will be real. For everyone's sake, I hope it never is. Actually, I don't. I think it'll be awesome. It's just that we probably won't add melee weapons. Imagine being chased around by it. I think if you think the pile bunker cairn would be bad, imagine the pile bunker Jabak. You'd never be safe. Concentrate on balancing, otherwise all players end up in the same mech. This is very important when it comes to mech gaming. Yeah, I think so. If it's not viable to run every playstyle, then we're going to make changes, or at least most playstyles. Like, everything needs to be viable in some way or another. There's been a lot of discussion about balancing recently, but at the end of the day, we want to make everything fun and viable. Pile bunker shot. The railgun is just a fire and forget pile bunker. That is a way to look at it. I'll say that much. It's definitely a way to look at it. I think that would be actually pretty funny. Maractus. I think that would be pretty funny. I'm not sure how we would pull off that joke as effectively as, like, it could be, but it would be funny. April Fools are all the mechs move like next. $10,000 ERD max versus the Spirit of Mother Will. Imagine an EOD raid, that'd be kind of crazy. Like in an MMO style. And you're going up against like loads of other enemies with your like troop of mechs. I guess that's what the co-op missions are like, but obviously a bit less dramatic. We started development on NPC mech / co-op missions. Yeah, development has begun, but it's not at a playable level yet. You're gonna go make yourself some pizza? I hope you enjoy. I had some pizza earlier today. EOD, brought to you by the concept of pizza. We might be getting into the part of the stream where I end up going completely just off the rails of the stuff I'm talking about in order to keep the yapping going while the model gets made. Any plans on the playtest soon? Yeah, very concrete plans. July 31st. Stick it in your diary, Toxic Waste. You can sign up on Steam, July 31st. The Steam playtest will be on there. Free, accessible for everyone. Plenty of mechs. Loads of players. 31st of July. Book it in your calendar, and it'll run for 3 or 4 days, depending on whether you're an existing playtester and you get day 1 access. Because we give our previous time playtesters day 1 access, so that when the servers crumble to dust, or rather I should say if the servers crumble to dust, because last time they did really well, then we can fix it.
Just as surprised as you are.
Yeah, then we can fix it before everyone else gets access. Pizza will sponsor anything, including Mikhail Gorbachev. So if they'll sponsor him, they'll definitely sponsor EOD. Do you know about that, Ethan?
No, what's this?
Pull up on YouTube. Mikhail Gorbachev Pizza Hut. Or just Pizza Hut Gorbachev.
No way.
I'm serious, man. I don't have a good way set up of showing videos on stream, but guys, though I did, you'd be seeing Mikhail Gorbachev Pizza Hut right now. I highly encourage you to look it up for yourself. It's really funny. For context, it's this like minute-long Pizza Hut advert from like 1998, where like the actual Mikhail Gorbachev, like, you know, once premier of the Soviet Union, sits down in a Pizza Hut with some of his critics and supporters and goes, "Pizza brings us all together." Hello, Caterpillar. Welcome
That's
to the
a
stream.
pretty funny advert.
I
That's
think
for sure.
Ethan is just giving himself Gorbachev information. How do you find inspiration for the designs? Would an Apache look right? An Apache wouldn't look right because I'm always looking at tanks for these designs. Like, when it comes to the inside, I look at aircraft. When it comes to the outside, I look at tanks. Because, you know, if you fire a tank shell at an Apache, that thing's going to turn into, like, paper, you know what I mean? But if you fire a tank shell at a tank, it's going to bounce or ricochet or do whatever it's meant to do. So, I always look at aircraft for the inside, tanks and ground vehicles for the outside. Doing definite Chrome Hounds vibes from EOD. A lot of people said that, actually. A lot of people said that. I've never played Chrome Hounds, but, yeah, you think for the death animations that more of the mech should be broken, like having the upper half detach or fly off? Yeah, that'd be cool. There'll be stuff like that, and then there'll also be like weapons getting blown off, more different things. So yeah, there will be more. And at the very least, soon we'll probably see some improved ragdolls, which I think everyone wants. This starting to look cool. Thank you very much. I'm actually starting to feel it a little bit as well. Spend a bit of time on the top here. Maybe a little bit too much time. I'm going to spend some time down on the legs now. Turret toss? Definitely weapon toss. Turret toss maybe. It depends how compatible it is. I totally want this box here. Like, see this box, like, on my image show up right now? I'm, like, showing right here. It's so cool. I want to put that in the game as a rocket launcher. It looks awesome. When the original Velikan was designed, it was actually heavily based off the Striker. It even had these missile boxes on the shoulders, but they never made it into being an actual weapon in the game. They were only done for, like, some art tests. Oh, bit of a stretch. Yeah, Striker looks awesome. Like, it's probably one of the most, like, mechy looking vehicles. Even this thing, the Terminator, is it called? I don't remember. This thing isn't as mechy a tank as this is. Like, with this, like, asymmetrical turret, all these, like, optics on it, like, the different plethora of weapons. These look like pylons. I don't think they are, but they look like pylons. They have these, like, radar, or whatever that is. Electronic warfare, maybe. Maybe it's a heat sink. Honestly, it could be anything. The way the missiles are, like, side-loaded in these, like, big boxes is, like, it's so damn mech-like. It's actually incredible. These heavy bullet-on panels and everything. It's brilliant. Can't get enough of it. Decals. Hot surface. Do not touch. Gotta stay that on a mech. If you get an A10 nose-shaped chassis will look cool. Yeah, that could be interesting. Since pizza was mentioned earlier, what chain do you think makes the best pizza in your opinion? Well, that's a good question. I like Pizza Express. I think Pizza Express is pretty good. I don't really like Domino's because they put about half a gallon of oil on every pizza, and I do not enjoy that at all. Pizza Hut is like fine, but like really expensive for like what it is, and sometimes it's really bad. Sometimes Pizza Hut does like really bad food. But Pizza Hut introduced me to the concept of a cheesy bite, and I think cheesy bites that you can get with your pizza, absolutely incredible. Like, that is unbelievable stuff. It's an industry game changer for pizza. So, if I was going to pick one that I actually like to eat out the most, probably Pizza Express in terms of chains, but if I was going to say one I have some deep respect for, it's Pizza Hut for inventing the cheesy bite. And even if they didn't invent the cheesy bite, as far as I'm aware, they did invent the cheesy bite, so they're the first place I saw it. Thermal vision would be a blast, it would be, but it's sadly not really possible with any method I know how. I'll probably re-research it again in the future to see if it's possible, but as far as I'm aware, it's not possible. You must bring honor back to the mech genre. That sounds really funny. You must bring honor back to the mech genre. Cheesy bite, best bite. Absolutely. It's like a whole different experience. So you get your pizza and then you get cheesy bites. It's awesome. What's your thoughts on pineapple on pizza? It's pretty good. Like, if you like ham and pineapple, like Hawaiian, that can be nice. I think it's a... There's things that you can put on pizza that are like way more... I'd say that like pineapple on pizza, it's like just the meme, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like something I feel like It's like an artificial conflict. Like, there are way more outrageous things you can put on pizza. Like olives, even. Like, a lot of people hate olives. But, like, you know, you can put an olive on a pizza. I like an olive on a pizza. A lot, actually. I think it's delicious. With the right ingredients mixed in. But, or even, like, sweet corn, I feel like should be a more contentious thing to put on a pizza. But people say that pineapple is the most contentious thing. And I think that's, like, a manufactured conflict. Because it's fairly normal to put a pineapple on a pizza, in my opinion. It's not that crazy. It's not that out there compared to some of the other options. This has devolved into the Pizza Mech live stream. One of the best pizzas I've ever had was covered in crispy onions. You wouldn't have expected that, but it was amazing. Really liked it a lot. Had an unforgettable flavor. In a good way. Olives on pizza is good. I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying I feel like more people hate olives than hate, like, the concept of just putting pineapple on pizza. It's less contentious. You need a pizza decal? Maybe. I think I just need a regular pizza. I'm hungry after talking about all this. You enjoy a pizza with pineapple juice on the pizza or accompanying it? You think a mech with a massive artillery gun on the back would be cool? So do I, to be honest. That would be cool. The best way to do that is an interesting question, but it would definitely be cool. The archer artillery system. You mean this archer artillery system? It's a cool idea. It's just the maps in our game are like reasonably sized in order to get like quick combat. So artillery wouldn't have the biggest place, so we're gonna use like missile artillery to make it work out. But hey, in the future, you know, if we get some spare development time, which is both not unlikely and not super likely, anything could happen. But like you'll be able to have an artillery experience by using like data link alongside like locking missile pods to be able to fire at people across the map who've been spotted by your teammates. That's kind of our intended artillery experience. Imagine finding the perfect lineup to snipe the enemy bases with a mobile howitzer. See, that's kind of what we don't want. That sounds kind of like it would be not fun for, It would be fun for you, like, the first, like, 2 times you did it, and then it wouldn't be fun anymore, but it would continue to not be fun for them for a very long time. Give you 1800s cannons? Actually, that would be fucking hilarious. If we had, like, an old-style cannon just, like, jammed onto a hard point, like... It's like an Easter egg, you unlock it somehow with like an achievement. It would take me like an hour, maybe like tops, or like 2 hours tops, to make like an old school cannon like stuck on the side of the Mech for a weapon.
It would be a funny bit.
It would be a very funny bit. Holy moly, expert. Is the PC back? Are we actually gaming? April Fool's event, Napoleonic cannons, and ship boarding, ship-to-ship combat. They get a pea shooter so it just bounces off, that would be really funny. It's always interesting to add a new mech to the roster, because like, the previous ones were like so familiar, you know what I mean? And now we have this like new guy, this new guy's in town, and he's one of the crew. What are the thoughts on this mech so far? I'm pretty happy with the way it's going. I think there'll be some more there's a lot more work to do on it yet. Probably a few more like semi-major changes to the way it's shaped, especially around the sort of like mid-leg section. But like I feel like this mech, it's got something. It's got a bit of sauce. It's got a bit of style to it. I kind of want to add more like layering, I guess. I have not ruined your favorite mech, holy moly. Like, I kind of want to have something maybe like around here, maybe something like up here. Just start to like break up these shapes a little bit more than they already are. Looks like a leaned up TV on it. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh wait, I totally see what you mean. It's just like a TV on, like looking at this guy. Yeah, a bit more like working like around here. We're like playing these legs down a little bit. Figure out an actual like logical ankle joint that makes sense. Figure out a logical waist joint that makes sense. I think considering how difficult I find it to design mechs, getting this much done in one day I'm actually pretty happy with. In the past it's taken a lot longer to get a lot less. You think it'd be cool to add some pistons on the legs? Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, that would be cool. I'll think about how that could play in maybe like here. Like here and here, there could be like pistons, like on the Velican. Or maybe like for the back of the foot or something. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out because I agree it's a cool idea. Quirked up white mech, goated with the Ethan sauce. No one should be eating the Ethan sauce. Not even Ethan. The amount of times I heard the next day Ethan going, "My stomach is grumbling. Oh."
My digestion wasn't aware an event had occurred.
Yeah, that's what he said. My digestion is aware an event has occurred. Oh my, the expert has made it to Twitch. Yeah, the pistons would definitely add to the industrial feel. I like this grating a lot. That's like a big tick for me. Same with like these like covered up points up here, these lights, these things are all like the kind of details, sorry, not decals. Kind of greebling that I like appreciating from these pieces of reference imagery. I think a few more like unusual shapes, like to break this up, like some smaller panels maybe. Just stuff to, you know, just breaking up these big shapes, like something that wraps around this corner would be really cool. Whatever that may be, I don't know yet. Will mod support be planned? Yeah, we're going to have like custom server support and mod support. So, you know, good luck to Ethan programming that. I think Unreal Engine supports it fairly natively, so it shouldn't be that bad, but It's part of our kind of longevity scheme for EOD, is letting people do whatever they want to do with it. It sounds so businessy and sad when you put it like longevity scheme. That's what I get for talking to business people, but what it's actually really about is just making sure that you guys can always play the game you want to play and enjoy it how you want to enjoy it. And a spare tire on it because mechs have wheels, that's funny. I mean, we have the towing hooks. Might as well go all the way. Add borrows to the size of camo nets. Camo nets get added as a separate material. Sorry, a separate part. So like you can put camo net on everything. You don't see the Twitch stream PX. If you go into the Discord, you'll find the link there. It's in the announcements channel, dev updates. You'll find the Twitch stream link there. You like the big shapes? It makes it feel very industrial. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep the big shapes, but then I like layer up more over the top, you know? Like, if you have a big square, right, and then you kind of cut it into 4, it's nice. And then you can add, like, some little, like, pieces around it, you know, like little details around things, and then, like, something to cut across the big shapes. And then, you know, before you know it, you've got a bit of a design on your hands. And that's just kind of what I try and do with the mechs. That was not a great example, but, you know, it's all about, like, stepping down in the shape size. Yeah, you do need areas of rest, absolutely. But you know, like this is like an area of rest. It's very intentional here, like in the middle of this plate. But and I like that. But what I don't like is necessarily this shape here being so like prevalent and visual. Even though it has the paneling over it, it kind of absorbs itself into one shape. So I like to change that a little bit. Yep, sci-fi cube, yep. Yeah, we're just making a sci-fi cube. It's not, no big deal, guys. Just a sci-fi cube. Let's take a screenshot of this before I move on. Some bars inside the torso where the camera is stored. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that idea a lot. See about doing that later on. You're on both now, thanks. I started streaming on both Twitch and YouTube originally at the same time, so the purpose is that people could watch from Twitch or from YouTube, and what we've actually ended up with is people watching at the same time on Twitch and YouTube. I think that's slightly amusing. I don't know how many of the people watching on each one are overlapping, but yeah, the chat is more active on YouTube, but Twitch has all those silly like points and stuff, and I don't think that's a thing on YouTube. I might need corrected if I'm wrong here, but I think that YouTube doesn't have those like point stuff. Every expert message will now be split between Twitch and YouTube. In order to get the full expert experience, make sure to go to both. You're running those 6,000 RPM mini nukes? Maybe not. Oh yeah, Twitch has enormously less delay because it's my primary streaming platform. I stream to Twitch and then that goes like, you also get to then like tag teamed over to YouTube via like some plugin thing. But yeah, that's just the way it goes. I was actually shocked earlier, like I said something in the chat and Rem was able to like immediately reply on Twitch. Sorry, I didn't say something in the chat, I said something on the stream. And then like Rem's reply on Twitch was like, click of the fingers, like it was so fast. I was flabbergasted. Will the mechs have a victory horn? We're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. We think it'd be really fun. Oh, actually having the tow cable on the mech could be really cool, like stashed on the side. Like you were saying before about the camera nuts. For UD voice chat filter all messages through a radio filter. We might make that an option. Call it like immersive voice chat or something. And it's just like it's getting filtered, like based on like distance or whatever. We can do that, right, Ethan? Right?
Right, what was we saying?
I think you've had enough of what I'm talking about. I was saying we could have an immersive filter on like the voice chat, you know, so you can have it like you'll like put like a radio voice filter on people's messages on their like voice
That'd be
chat
pretty good.
as an option.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. And yeah, I'm just working on video stuff, so
Oh yeah, cool. That's all good.
That's what I.
Have you got any new groundbreaking meme ideas?
Yes, but it's harder to make than I thought it would be.
Okay. What's the name of the song before? Which one? This one? The Lost Forest? Next playtest, can we have meetup times posted on the Discord so we can all come together throughout the day? If you guys want to do that, that's up to you. I mean, the next playtest is going to have a lot of features that would help you with that. Like, for example, group matchmaking. So if you guys want to jump on and like play together in a group, that is now very possible, or rather it will be very possible. Loving the progress, Meet Lurkin, thank you very much. Your TRSD jump scare, yeah. Yeah, Twitch has way lower latency. I might make that... I don't know if I can make it the other way around, to be honest. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing, or if it's like the way I'm streaming thing, but... yeah, that is the way it is, at least at the moment. Oh, get it, your messages aren't coming through. I don't know what's going on there, but they're just like blank. Hmm. You're gonna try your best to stream this month's playtest? Oh, sweet. Well, I'll definitely... when people stream the game, I usually, as long as I know about it, I usually pop up and appear, so... don't be surprised if you see me watching. If I can find your stream, that is. Definitely share it in the Discord if you're gonna stream this month's playtest, or if you make any videos, or like, if you just do anything. Share it in the Discord, because we love to recirculate everything that people do with the game as well, so if you make like a cool video, or if you're streaming or whatever, we might shout it out depending. Okay, get it. I think you're glitching, I'm not gonna lie. You're kind of spamming the chat with empty messages, and I don't know. I assume you're probably doing it on purpose? Like, maybe? I don't know. Why are playtests so short, especially with the new features being added? I get there's only so much data you need, but please, just a few more days would be so awesome. Well, I mean, it runs for like 4 days, 3 days if it's your second, or if it's your first time. But like, it's a fairly, I think it's a fairly normal amount of time to playtest for. It gives us the data we need. It keeps it all fresh and exciting for people. You know, like, is anyone else, by the way, seeing Geditch like spamming messages in the chat that have like no text in them, or is it just my browser glitching or something? Because I can see a load of messages from Geditch right now that just have no like text at all. But maybe that's only me seeing that. I don't know. It's in the YouTube chat for what it's worth. But yeah, so the reason why it's 4 days is because 1, it gets us all the data we need. 2, it keeps it like fresh and exciting for people. And like 3, the servers do actually cost money as well. You see it too? Okay. Can I like... I'm just gonna put you on a 5-minute timeout, Geditch. I think you're like glitching or something. I don't know what that's all about. I'll just put you on a timeout so that hopefully fixes that or whatever. Because it's just a load of messages with no text or anything. Okay, so I've not obliterated him. He's just in a 5-minute timeout yet because of the random spamming. But to be fair, you can't see it. Well, okay. You're on Chrome. If you don't have to, I don't know if it's a factor either. But yeah, like if we, how would I put it? Like the game isn't full of content yet. You know what I mean? So if we ran like even more playtests, like it would result in more people like losing interest too, which is like a big factor because during the playtests, like things have been rough sometimes. You know, sometimes the servers are a little bit rough or anything like that. So we just want to make sure that we like run it, like keep it short and sweet. You know what I mean? Like leave people wanting more, because part of it is like, you know, part of the playtest is like, you know, actually getting all the good data, being able to test out the game, make the game better. But it's also like, I'm not going to pretend that it isn't also like slightly a marketing thing. Like, you know, it is the eyes that we get on the game when people play test is like quite a big deal for being able to reach more and more people, which obviously matters a lot for multiplayer games. So we time it like we do because it's basically the best of both worlds for like, we get the most data and it's like the most effective for like marketing and stuff. One of the playtests, it did fake loading and dropped back to menu, so we had to retry it 5 times. Yeah, fake loading is an interesting way to describe it. It was more like you were getting kicked off the server because the connections were a bit, or rather the system was a bit shaky, but that's been fixed. How big's our team? 2 main developers, and then basically like 2 main developers, and then we have like some people who help out as well. And it's been in development for like 4 years, but like not like full capacity always, but like now it's like full capacity. What's Sag? Oh right, there it doesn't show up the text. Gotcha. Let's see now, what should I add next? You'd love to build enough runway to go full capacity in your sub-project. Yeah, I hope you can pull it off. We went like straight into this after university, which is like a unusual way to do it. Not a lot of people do that. I think, but we were lucky because, you know, we went into some competitions that got us a little bit of funding. You know, we got some support elsewhere. And like now we have the patron, and the patron makes a huge difference. So, with a bit of luck and a bit of elbow grease, we managed to go straight into this project after university. How long has this game been in development? Like 4 years. But like, you know, for like the first 2 of those years, we were university students at the time, and the game was very different. It got a drastic rescoping about 1.5 years ago. Finding stream and Twitch is the kind of a pain, so not showing in your own game category. Oh, I put it in game development. I put it in the game development category because I thought that made more sense. But if we actually, have we actually registered on Twitch now? Like, is the game actually something you can see on Twitch? Can you be like playing EOD on Twitch? Stream started 6 hours ago. I feel sorry for bro. No, why would you feel sorry for me? I love making 3D models. This is something I really enjoy, and this is like my work day, you know what I mean? I'm going to be doing a work day on EOD or in general one way or another, so getting to stream it and like chat with all you guys and show you what we're doing is just a bonus, and honestly makes it more fun, so there's like nothing to feel sorry for. This is just a work day and I'm having a very good time, to be honest. If you search Ensign's instruction on Twitch, it comes up. Oh, that's actually sick. There's a bunch of VODs from last playtest, so I'm going to have to look through those. Don't forget to like the stream Asda style. Every little helps. That's a Tesco motto. That's not Asda. Fake supermarket enjoyer has been spotted. That back slot looks perfect for mounting artillery. It could be, it could be. But it won't be, because we don't have any artillery like that for this mech, at least. This is the glass cannon. Fake Brett check his passport, yeah. He doesn't know Tesco, get him! Fake supermarkets. Are we going to develop this year? Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Are we going to release this year, do you mean? And don't stay up late watching the stream or doing anything else. Your sleep is very important. Otherwise you will feel sorry for yourself when you wake up absolutely dreadful. Wait, Tesco left Poland? Really? I did not know that. Sorry, Brighton developed. Do I think Jeremy Clarkson would speak highly of the Javak? He'd probably be very confused. Mech? What about Ethan, can you do a Jeremy Clarkson impression?
No.
I don't think I can either. I might practice that one for you guys for next time. Try and learn a Jeremy Clarkson impression. Watch this space. I'll see if I can figure it out. This is brilliant, but I like this. No, it's not even ballpark Jeremy Clarkson. I'll have to learn that one. That'll take some doing. Tesco left Poland when? I like to drive the Zap. Yushka fits James how slow and boring it is. Alright, thank you for subscribing with Prime J-Hulks. The best way to subscribe, money that comes straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. That's my kind of money. But thank you. That will go to the snack fund that keeps this game rolling. Next play just needed a Kukushka main with the name of Captain Slow. We don't have the name of the game in the stream. It's in the bio. It's in the description of the stream. Like if you scroll down like a tiny bit, it's like right there. Get it? Just messages show up now. Yeah, that's fine. I think it was just some like weird glitch or something before, and it was spamming empty messages. That's the only reason I timed that out. Because it was just filling up the whole chat. Bless him. His wedding was only 50 million. I think that the $3 or $4 or $5 or whatever it is from a Twitch Prime is really going to put a hole in his bank account. It doesn't help the stream if it's in the bio. True. Okay, let me edit the stream name. Okay, I edited the stream name. I'm kind of debating what sort of details should go on like these surfaces here. I'm just gonna spend a bit more time with these legs. I was thinking about how this could have panels car on it. Air vents? That's quite a good idea. I did that on the Care and I quite liked it though. I was thinking about the panels for a minute there. And then I can do the Boolean cuts after I've figured that out. Would you say this mech shares a manufacturer with any others? If it was, it would probably be very, like, Jabak based. Air vents on the back angled? They're a bit angled. They could be more angled. I'll revisit them later. They're just kind of placeholding right now. Make the leg panels interlock and cast parts. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm just sort of figuring out the best way to do that. The thing I really might actually, instead of this, we want to focus on getting this joint a little bit better first here. Maybe a bit more of a concrete kind of attachment point. Maybe the back of the legs near the hip could have an access panel for maintenance. That's a very good idea. I usually go absolutely crazy on adding access panels, but I kept them pretty minimal on this Mech, just because I don't want to use some of my old crutches for design. But as a result, there are now like no access panels, so I should definitely add some. The 30mm in the middle reminds me of cephalic shaped. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it is a little bit. But you can put any weapon on there, and some of them are going to be way more phallic than that. Like, it's this is going to be the Mech with a dick. Oh my god. Well, that's life. Time to go full War Thunder and leak technical documents. Well, I mean, do you have technical documents about mechs? I think you're gonna have to get you're gonna have to get pretty far out to find something like that. I thought we'd already come to terms with being the wiener mech. I think it's hitting me all over again. I could have chosen a better word for that. Mechs have to reproduce somehow. Well, that is a sentence. Yeah, I mean, I will be keeping it there, Krunal. Don't worry. You have to make secret documents up. Are they secret documents if you made them up? Actually sounds kind of like a fun thing you could do. It's just like make like fake confidential documents, but like, you know, it's not. It's like it's just a total LARP. Like, there's nothing actually confidential because you made it up. I wonder how convincing you can make a fake document. Yeah, people freaking out. You're heading out, Blue Balls. Be nice having you around. I'll see you when I see you. Could be pretty cool with some kind of ARG thing. Yeah, for sure. If you don't share them with anyone, they are a secret. No, this isn't a solo project. We have 2 devs. 2 main devs and like a bunch of people who help out. Me and Ethan here are the 2 main devs, and then there's just a bunch of people who help out. A great way to drop lore, leaking secret documents on the forums. Have some random player leak it. Yeah, that's kind of fun actually. I might do that for a bit at some point later on in the dev, when you guys least expect it. You heading out, Crinal? Bye bye. Oh, you're saying bye bye to Blue. Whether you're staying or going, I have no idea. Ethan, real quiet. Ethan, could you speak, please?
I think it means, like, in general, not speaking.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But it might actually just be the
I'm
audio
doing
setup.
That could be. I'm doing audio work, so I'm like having to concentrate.
Fair enough. But the people, they miss you. These joints are looking good. They will be looking good, I think. I'm still working it up for now. But thank you. I'm glad you like what I've got going so far. Sounds like I'm saying blue balls. Blue bottles. Blue bottles. Those 2 edges on the mech scoring kind of look like tractor weights or diffusers for race cars. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Honestly, I just added them there as like a bit of like a structural thing because they look cool. But yeah, they're a bit different. I think they do have a place in the design though. I will probably be keeping them. How are the mechs powered? They have a special fictional kind of reactor that exists in this game world. It's not nuclear, but it's definitely comparable. No, the mechs are diffusers, we need to test their aerodynamics. I'm going to go on a limb here and say they probably would not be very aerodynamic. Have I ever played Arma? Like, you wouldn't believe. I played like 3,000 hours of Arma. I love that game to bits. I've made so many missions with my friends. I've played King of the Hill and various other game modes. I have done more Arma than you can imagine. And Ethan has been roped into that on more than one occasion.
King of the Hill, that sent me back.
King of the Hill, it's good stuff. I like that mode a lot.
Yeah.
The Altus Life mode, yeah.
That mode.
I liked it at the time. I think I would hate it now. King of the Hill though, that shit's still fun. And making missions with friends will be fun forever. That will never not be fun. 100% of time, if there's something in sci-fi, it's black holes doing most of the heavy lifting. There's no black holes. There's... Ooh, what is there? I'll tell you what there is. It's aliens. It's aliens. Kind of. It's leftover bits of aliens being jammed into a new reactor type. But there's a lot more to it than just that. There's a whole story world behind it. Do I play Reforger? No, I don't really play Reforger. Because there's like two reasons. One, I had like no one to play with at the time when it was popular. And two, it's really laggy. Like it runs really badly. On like mostly on a server side, like the frames are fine, but I find that the server connections are really bad. I tried the like WCS, whatever it's called, like that really popular version of Reforger at the moment. But I found it really tough to play with all the little delay and lag and stuff. But that might just be because it's a alien fossil fuels, pretty much. It might just be because I was playing on like a modded server of Reforger, and I don't know. You've been playing OPR Fargo on Reforger. It's worth a shot. Seems to run really well both server and client side. Okay, interesting. Is that a PvP mode? Is that a PvE mode? Like, what is it? Don't know if you've heard of RTT Warno, but I'd love an armored, realistic, a realistic armored warfare real-time tactics type of that game, with the mechs of your genre. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, that would be pretty neat. I'd play that. Would I make it? I don't know. Maybe. I think making a real-time strategy game would actually be something that, for me personally, I would find that more challenging than exciting. But I'd love to play it. If someone else wants to make a real-time strategy mech game, I'd like that a lot. I'd like that more than a turn-based one even. Yeah, two kids. That would be a pretty challenging proposition to try and reconcile that and like solo or like even small team indie dev. Like, you know, I'm a young single guy. Like, if there's one thing I've got, it's time, right? Like, I can spend all day doing like your DMX stuff with far less responsibilities than most people. Engines of Destruction, the RTS prequel. That would be fun. You know what's funny though? Like, I actually already had that idea. It would be a sequel, not a prequel, but like, I already thought about like how I would make like a RTS version. It would have like a big map, like you know, like grander strategy games, sort of like and you'd be like building up like your mech army and then like walking around and like taking over different parts of the map in like battles. So like think like you know, think like if you played like Total War. Except it would be like a partially real-time map, more like if you ever played Mountain Blade Warband Viking Conquest. I kind of imagine that, but like as an RTS mech game. So what's goals, Rainbow? What are we goaling? What is the goal? Prequel that takes place at the time when the first mechs were created and deployed, story being based over them being a secret tech and the world finding out that they exist. Yeah, the world kind of like, in the actual EOD lore, the world knew pretty quickly and was much more interested in the arrival of aliens than they were in the development of mechs. When texturing the model, have you thought about putting step here labels or warning tape of where not to step? Sometimes. There's reasons I don't do it, based on like the special material we use to generate the mechs. But you can apply like, we actually have like both of those things as decals that you can apply to your own mech. Like, so if you want to make like a hyper realistic mech with like a load of like aircraft style warnings on it, you can just do that yourself. It's not me bunking responsibility off onto you. I'm just saying that like the decal creation is you know, it's not creation but utilization. It's all there. Oh right, yeah. I think in many ways you are there, Rinvo. Obviously there's some things you do that like aren't exactly your #1 goal, but I think compared to most people you're very entrepreneurial and you do a lot of your own projects. Rinvo is a personal friend of mine, so I'm just talking about stuff that I know he does. Is the alien fuel ethically sourced? Absolutely not. It's made of alien flesh. What's going to be the limit for decals? Right now we picked an arbitrary number, and the number is 25, and that might change, or it might not. We'll just see. You can't really make it official. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's a bummer, it's a bummer. Alien glue, yummers. Send the aliens to the glue factory. $25 is a lot of decals, I think. I think it's a lot of decals. You can get a lot done with 25 decals, I'll tell you that much. Every single one of the AC's parts in AC6 have 40 out of 40 decals. To be fair, that's quite a lot. Like, we did just pick a random number. We might be able to do more. I used to want to play War Robots, but you know, if you hop on War Robots, you'll just get mad at the constant overpowered meta cycle. Yeah, that is probably true, Rinbo, to be fair. Like, once you do, that'll be really good. Thinking about what more details I can add to the legs. Do a stress test. How much is performance degraded 500 decals? Yeah, I have no idea. They're probably fairly performant. They draw on the debuffer. And that's not a bad thing, I think. I don't really know. UOD, dual railgun, shoot, kill, wait, repeat. There's no more dual railgun. It's gone. It was never
meant to be gone.
You know what? It's meant to be gone. We did the last patron playtest, right? We had all the patrons in there. We were sitting them down with a new version of the game, with the new maps. And one of these guys turns up with a damn double railgun, and we have no idea how he got it. Because it's no longer, as far as we were aware, it was no longer possible to build a mech with a double railgun. So we're totally baffled by that.
I got it in the end.
Oh, you figured
I
it
made
out?
some tweaks. Yeah, so to do it, he had to like rip off everything. He had no zoom camera, he had no radar, he
Right,
had
okay.
nothing. He had to rip off all the components, and then you could just get it if you have the best reactor. So I've now made that also impossible. Respect to the effort, though.
Nazmir, did you ever play Mech Commander or Mech Commander 2? Oh no, in Zengno, there is railgun. Like, you can have the railgun. It's just you can't have two railguns at the same time, because that was never the point. And if you do have two railguns, then you can instantly one-tap anything in the game, and it's not fun for anyone else. You don't have it. Well, that is the closest thing I've played that matches what you described. It's small unit tactics, though. Like, you have like 4 or 5. I think you can have up to like 10 mechs. Hang on, let me check. Okay, I think, yeah, you can have up to, you can have up to 16 mechs under your command at any time. It's an older game. It's pretty tough to get it running on a modern system, but I really liked Mech Commander 2 quite a lot. It really appealed to me when I played it. Dual railgun in summer 2025, yeah. Unbelievable stuff. You should make it so if you get dual rail cannons, your mech just explodes when you shoot. That'd be really funny. You just got like an overcharge and then it's still like crackling and then they just blow up like immediately. Or after a moment. What are we thinking about this mech? I'm pretty satisfied with the direction it's going. I think it's got quite a few days work left in it and getting into something, you know, ship-shape and in the game. And definitely some strong leg changes, but like, it's got a vibe to it. It's got a vibe to it. It's got a feeling. It's quite chunky, but it doesn't feel like stuck to the ground anymore. Will you remesh too, or did you keep an LP copy of the mesh to bake to? Yeah, I mean, I have like all the low poly meshes here. It's all non-destructive bevels. There's a few booleans here and there that I've applied, but none of it's really a big deal. I can just put it all back together pretty quickly. You could optimize decals by turning them into a single texture and rendering that over the mech instead of every decal one by one. Yeah, I probably could do that actually. I'll check out if Unreal Engine has like methods for doing that, or what the best way to do that would be, and that might save some performance. But we need to do the performance analysis on it first, I think. Feels like a mirrored version of the big dude. You know, kinda. It's a lot smaller though, like when you see them next to each other. Like, wow. But ironically, it has more firepower than the big dude, which is just another case for the TBR rework to be done as soon as possible. I think I can get behind the TVR Mini. That's kind of a fun mech to exist. I should add some more moving parts onto it, like jangling flaps and stuff. That's also something I kind of forget to add. Can we slap and shebang next to it for scale? Absolutely. Hold on a second. One moment, please. Okay, there's a shebang for scale, so it is pretty tiny. That's a can per scale. It's slightly taller than a can. It's in the small category. I might actually scale it up a little bit. I think it needs to be marginally bigger. It's short. It was meant to be as tall as a Velikan, but it just came out a bit shorter, so it will be scaled up to be as tall as a Velikan, for sure. Oh, it's another light nano. It's not a light, it's not a light, it's a medium. Because it's gonna get taller. It'll be Velikan height. But it is a bit more feeble, you know, it's the glass cannon. It gets its shit pushed in fairly easily.
Perfect.
Alright. Yeah. It will be scaled up. It's just kind of annoying to scale it up, so I don't want to do it this second. Because it'll break all my meshes. Oh, fuck it, we'll try. Fuck it, we will. That doesn't scale, 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 that doesn't scale. That doesn't scale. Certain parts don't scale, right? They have like consistent size, like hard points, so I need to make sure that I'm not scaling hard points or anything that shouldn't be scaled when I increase the size. Let's bring the Vatican close. Let's go there. Move the Shabak to the background. Imagine a game mode we had to tow something. We were thinking about ideas with it for that, like a capture the point type thing, but or rather a capture the flag type thing. But the flag had to be dragged along the ground or escorted in some way or another. We thought it was an interesting idea, but we haven't fully went into it yet. What is this broken? Okay, it's broken. Some of the bits here. Let's see if I can. This one? Yeah, I think so. Capture the Shabak. Okay, that's scaling up pretty well, but like I have to make sure that every mesh gets brought along when it gets scaled, because like, you can see here that like look here, these boolean cuts are moving down the mech. So I need to check that mesh. Figure out which one does that cut. And then parent it to the mesh that it's cutting. Okay, looks like it's scaling out right now. Let's increase that size to... Nice. That's more like what I had in mind. Beautiful. Yeah, he's a big boy, but he's a softie. Capture the Shabak, protect the Shabak, cherish the Shabak. You're dying to know what a Shabak with two heavies would look like. It'd be scary. We can find out. This is the future of warfare. Your push could be the size of a pre-upscale Jeff, yeah. Definitely need more mechs in the medium category though, so having this glass cannon is pretty good. Though I'm wondering, he might look a bit too tanky, not 100% sure, but maybe. He might look a bit too robust, but I don't know. He doesn't look that robust, but he looks a bit robust. His thinner legs are good for not looking too strong, though. So many bolts, yeah. This guy's being held together. Double crux Shabak. It looks a bit tanky and rickety at the same time, but only up close, yeah. From a distance, let's get a little like profile check, like, or like a silhouette check. Because from a silhouette, actually, you know what? When you see it as a silhouette, it's actually very spindly. Like, look at the Shabak. Like, that guy is chunky. But this one here is like very... He's got this little... he's got little torso, he's got little weak knees, he's got little weak ankles, you know. His body is small compared to this big body. Like, he does look much glass cannonier to me, at least. So I think it's heading in the right direction. Even if he does look a bit tougher than the Velikan at a glance.
Yo.
Hello, welcome back. We've made it bigger.
Excellent.
I might make it a tiny bit smaller again though. I just can't make up my mind. If we compare it to TVR, yeah, let me bring that across. There's a TVR bind in there. As you can see, huge size difference. TVR's got mirrors on him. You managed to unmess up Microsoft Teams. Nice job. He is all legs. I think that's kind of a good part of the design, actually. I'm gonna take him down in size like a tiny bit. That's a good size thing. I've seen him like a bit. He seems to be a bit smaller than less imposing than the Velikan, I think. Like he was like down here. Like having him about here. Just, you know, a small fraction shorter than the Velikan is like quite a good spot for it, I think. Are those lights on the new Macs? The two things under the railings or whatever? Yeah, they are. So at night time you'll be able to pop your headlamps on and see around you. A lot of other Macs have them too. These Mac the Velikan has lamps here. The Karen has lamps here. The TVR has lamps here, I think. Big beams. The Jubak has lamps on the front under these grids. Yeah. It looks like it says good morning, man. If we see the Velikan. What if this game had weird ads like the War Robots ad where the Tesla bot delivery guy crashes out and destroys several houses or something? I don't even know what that is. But yeah. We're getting red interior lights like fire jets. The lights go red only in like emergency, you know? Are they going to be modern LED lights like on Audi stuff? I don't know. They'll just be like big bright lights.
I'm probably going to call it there. I shall bounce.
Okay. Ethan has done his time in the server bug fixing mines today.
I've served my custodial sentence. Goodbye, everybody.
See you around, Ethan. Well, hello, Para. Good. Base double auto cannon loadout. Yeah, these are just guns I'm using to keep the scale of it, but like they are actual weapons in the game. But they're like sort of grenade launchers that scatter the shots. I'm delighted to report, by the way, this is the longest EOD stream ever. The longest EOD dev stream. And I'll tell you something, I am slightly feeling it a little bit, getting pretty tired, but I'm also pretty happy with what we've achieved today. We keep breaking the records. We just can't stop breaking the records. It's unbelievable stuff. How is this coming along? I mean, you tell me. What do you reckon? I think it's pretty decent. I'm pretty pleased with what we've been putting on paper here. We're going to break 8 hours of dev stream by August, that's right. I've done many an 8-hour long day of modeling. I just don't know if I could do an 8-hour long day of modeling and streaming. But I think when I stream, my modeling work is more efficient, so I'd rather do a shorter day streaming it than a longer day less efficiently, you know? Shading seems kind of weird on the muzzle. Did you set sharps? I don't know. Maybe. It has a normal map. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's just a Blender AO. It doesn't like the way I do that. But yeah, I did set sharps. You can see them. Here and here. But then I did the other thing where you flatten the normals out. Okay, everyone, I'm going to be ending the stream momentarily. Oh my god, that is not copyright-free music. How long have I been playing my own personal tunes? Whoops, shit. Might have to cut the end of the stream off. Sorry about that one. I think I unconsciously swapped soundtrack at some point for the stream here. Don't know when I did that. That's a lot of copyrighted music I've accidentally played there. My bad. Whoops. Yeah, I might have fucked that one up pretty badly, actually. Copyrighted music jump scare. I don't know how long I was playing copyrighted music for. But it's been a minute, I think. At least 1 or 2 copywritten songs. I'm going to say maybe 2. Well, it happens. It happens. Some of the stream will probably get muted on the VOD. That's too bad. But yeah, I'm going to end the stream now, I think. Thank you all for coming by. The stream is ending for better or for worse. I'll post a couple of images of this. I'll post a couple of images in the Discord. You guys can come check it out. There's a lot more dev updates and stuff in there as well. And the VOD with the probably muted copyright section will be available. Bye bye, everybody.